The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten, Volume 6, Chapter 1, Angels Awakening from Somewhere. I heard birds chirping. Amane, slowly regaining consciousness from a state of hypersleep, dominated by a pleasant feeling of laziness and warmth, managed to lift up his eyelids, which were still resisting the urge to sleep. He checked his blurred vision and noticed that the morning sun was shining through the open curtains and that there was a warmth near him that was not usually there. The timer for the air conditioner was off, but the warmth in my arms was not unpleasant. I hugged the warmth with the sense of weariness that still pervades my whole body, and I heard a sweet smell and a sweet, muffled voice that was as sweet as the smell. When I finally looked into her arms, I saw a river of flaxen color, which I was not used to seeing when I wake up from sleep. It was probably a good decision to hold back my voice as quickly as I could. As Mahiru is gently drifting off to sleep in his arms, Amane lets out a deep, quiet sigh instead of letting out the sound of his swallowed voice. Come to think of it, I slept with Mahiru yesterday. He didn't jump out of bed because he remembered, but that didn't change the strain on his sleeping heart. I felt suffocated by the loud thumping of my heart inside my body, but when I looked at the peaceful sleeping face of Mahiru, my heart gradually regained its gentle beat. I took a deep breath to calm down and looked at the sleeping face of Mahiru again. Mahiru, who is sleeping with her head resting on Amane's arm, is so cute and innocent that one could easily fall in love with her. She was so relieved and happy that her cheeks were relaxed, giving the impression that she was smiling peacefully even though she was sleeping. Really cute and defenseless. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the sleeping face of an angel. It had a beauty and neatness that lived up to the name of an angel. If I told her, she would be embarrassed and sulk for a while, but I think I like her because she keeps it to herself until she mumbles. I don't think she would notice if I mumbled it now. I look at her, thinking how cute that she is, and gently stroke her head with my free hand, while gently combing through her silky hair, complete with angel rings and perfect cuticles. I gently move my arm, which is numb and acts as a pillow, so as not to wake her, and slightly change my position. This way, I can appreciate the sleeping face of Mahiru more. If I could continue to watch her sleeping face, the numbness in my arm would be a small price to pay. I smile a little at Mahiru, who still doesn't seem to be waking up, and as I stroke her soft cheek with my fingertips and watch her without getting tired of it, I hear a knock at the door. Amane, are you awake? The voice through the door is his father. What's going on? He probably came to wake him up. But if Amane answers the door, it might wake up Mahiru. It would be a pity to wake her up when she is sleeping so peacefully, and Amane would like to watch her sleeping face a little longer. But if he didn't answer, he would probably come in to wake him up. Amane's cheeks slightly stiffen as he sees his father's familiar figure through the door. In contrast to Amane, Shuto looks toward the bed where Amane is, rolls his eyes, and then gives a small smile. Oh. Amane, realizing in an instant that this was the kind of thing that Shihoko would get and tease him about later, gave up and held up his index finger in front of his mouth with a tightening of his cheeks. SHH. You don't have to make a sound to get your point across. Ho ho. Shuto, who is highly understanding, nodded at one of Amane's gestures, then looked at Amane with a smile, waved his hand in a flutter, and quietly left the room. After hearing the slight scraping of the door hardware and the subdued sound of footsteps, Amane sighed quietly. I hope I'm not misunderstood. The two lovers were sleeping in bed together, which could be mistaken for a very healthy relationship, but there was no way to tell how far their parents had gone. The only thing that I can think of is that the two of them have a very healthy relationship. The fact that Mahiru, which has a regular life to begin with, has not woken up to this point may be unusual. The air conditioner should have been turned off by now, but Mahiru did not move away from Amane and kept rubbing her cheek against him. Then it was cold in the air conditioner yesterday, I thought back as I wrapped my legs around Mahiru to warm her up, and gently put my hands behind her back to convey the warmth directly to her. I felt happy to share the warmth with her, so I wrapped my arms around her soft body and touched her gently, and this time she leaned forward and slowly turned her face toward Amane. The caramel-colored eyes of Mahiru Shina, which are so thick and moist that they seem to make a plop sound, are still blurred when she looks at Amane's face. Her expression was also somewhat blurred and sleepy, making her look even cuter than she already was. "I'm sorry. Did I wake you up?" I smiled at the sleepy Mahiru girl and stroked her head again, and she closed her eyes again, this time comfortably. I thought she was completely sleepy, but I decided to leave her half awake and let her sleep. I moved my fingers along her cheeks as if I was loving her, and she let out a cute voice saying, "MMM." When she wakes up from sleep, she's a rather sweet girl, isn't she? Mahiru. The first time I saw the two of them together, I was so fascinated by the way they looked at each other and touched each other, but after about 5 minutes, their eyes fluttered open as if they were in a slumber. I was sure that she was awake, so I kissed her on the cheek and found her interestingly rigid. "What, Amane? What? Why? Don't you remember? We spent such a hot night together." I tried to say it in an offhand way, since I was still awake and my head was not fully spinning. I am not lying, by the way. It was not a hot night, but a climatically hot night. In fact, it was cooled down by air conditioning. When I said that we spent the night together, Mahiru looked at Amane with a raised voice and then checked her outfit. Her clothes may be a little disheveled, but there is no evidence that she has ever done anything dubious. In fact, I don't even know if I have done anything at all. "I'm just kidding. I didn't do anything." "Ha, yes. Well, I at least kissed you on the cheek just now." I laughed quietly as I heard a small murmur. "It's too stimulating in the morning. It looks like you slept completely peacefully. Did you sleep well?" "It seems that you slept with peace of mind, but did you sleep well?" When he asked while hugging Mahiru when her head seemed to be completely awakened, Mahiru seemed embarrassed in her surrounding arms. "Turn her eyes down." "That. Amane-kun's arm is calm. I'm not nervous." "Well, of course I do, but it calms me down." Mahiru puts her hand on Amane's back while muttering, "I'm nervous right now," and Mahiru clears her throat, smiles, and looks into Amane's face. "If you're so comfortable, why don't you sleep with me every night?" "I'm not sure." "I'm just kidding." I said this knowing that Mahiru would be upset, so there was no need for her to take it seriously. The most important thing to remember is that you can't be too careful when it comes to your health. Even now, I'm on the edge of my seat, but if I have to sleep next to her every night, I'm afraid I'm going to make a move on her. I have to keep it a joke or else I won't be able to survive, I tell myself, trying not to trust my reason, but then I notice that Mahiru is looking down. I pat her on the back to quiet her down, wondering if I've been teasing her too much, and she looks up at Amane. Her face is rosy. Sometimes, if muttered with such a small rubbing voice, Amane's head turned white for a moment. Occasionally. In other words, she doesn't mind the sleepover itself. Sleeping next to Amane is fine. Are you serious? If he's a co-ed, she can at least sleep over at. Yes, I know, but if you say so, I can't say anything back. The two high school sweethearts usually have a sleepover. The two of them are probably going at a much slower pace. Itsuki often stays at Chita's house, and if anything, they even do things that Amane and his girlfriends have yet to reach. However, the problem is that when you are asked to sleep over, you expect it, even if only a little. It's a male saga, and as a boyfriend, it's natural to have certain expectations. The first time I saw him, I thought he was a good guy, but he was not. I'm not really looking for anything like that. I'm happy to spend more time with you. No, is that right? No, I don't mind. I'm rather happy about it. I strongly denied it because she looked up at me uneasily, but subtly my true feelings leaked out. I swallowed the desire that was rising from within and stroked Mahiru's head, while reflecting on the shyly trembling Mahiru. Well, maybe another time. Yes. Look, I'd better get ready. I'm sure you will be getting dressed too. Yes, that's right. For the time being, I decided to put this topic to rest. If you think about it any longer, it will interfere with your activities in many ways. The moment I wondered if something was wrong, The distance between her and me closed at once. The sweet smell of her soft fragrance and the soft touch of her lips, both of them quickly left, and instead, her flaxen hair softly fluttered and manipulated her cheeks. Amane teased me a lot earlier, so I'm getting back at you. She leaves the room with a blush of embarrassment on her face, flips her hair, and walks quickly out of the room. Amane watched her leaves, and then lay down on the bed once more. I can't leave for the time being until I get settled. While painfully aware of the unexpected boldness of Mahiru, Amane continued to look at the ceiling until the heat receded from his body. Good morning, Amane. My parents were already sitting in the dining room waiting for me. I hear cooking noises coming from the kitchen and see the familiar flaxen color, so I guess Mahiru is making the promised omelette. Good morning. Here, sit down, sit down. The first thing you need to do is to make sure that you have a good time. Oh. While Amane was very late because of all the settling down, Mahiru must have arrived first to prepare. It may have been just as well since I had originally promised to have her make me an omelette, but from now on, I'd like to refrain from flirting too early in the morning. They get along so well, don't they? That's normal if you're in a relationship. I'm sure that's true, but they're more like a husband-wife relationship. She's like a young wife. It was a good thing that it didn't sound like a broken plate. But I'm sure she was so surprised that she dropped it. Oh my gosh, are you all right, Mahiru-chan? She said, yes, the plates aren't broken. Sorry I dropped it. It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. The first time you make a mistake, you will be pinched even more, something I've learned over the past 16 years. Shihoko seemed slightly dissatisfied with Amane's lack of interest. But Amane was relieved to hear Shuto's calm voice telling him not to make fun of her. A little later, breakfast was on the table. So, did something happen when we went out yesterday? The four of us started breakfast together when Mahiru, who had made an omelette for Amane, sat down to eat. I thought she was going to ask me about the night I spent with Mahiru, but she noticed the incident that triggered the question and asked me about it. I am surprised. I can't talk with something in my mouth, so I chew and swallow before opening my mouth. I chewed and swallowed, and then opened my mouth. What made you think that? Because when we left, she looked different. I thought something must have happened. I would know if my son was acting differently. I thought I was acting normally, but it seems that my parents saw right through me. I was taking a walk and met Tojo, and he just said something to me. Ah. So that's how it is. From the look of you, it seems you've blown it. I guess so. I think I'm over it, or rather, I'm done with it. I don't think I'll be bothered anymore. When I think back to those days, I no longer feel pain in my heart. Even when I meet the person who I can say was the main culprit, my heart remains calm. This topic has made me realize once again that it is thanks to Mahiru who sits next to me. You've grown up a whole lot. And that's a good thing. Shuto seemed relieved that he was fine. He had worried his parents a lot back then, so they were probably still worried about him. He had recovered to some extent by the time he was in high school, but he was still anxious about things. While Shuto was relieved, Shihoko was slightly taken aback by the name Tojo. I haven't had a chance to see him recently, but the children at Tojo's don't seem to have changed at all. I wonder if he is still in his rebellious phase. Due to her personality and her work, Shihoko's face is needlessly broad. She probably has connections to places that are unimaginable, just that Amane does not know about them. Naturally, she has social contacts with local people and was involved with Tojo's parents. I remember that they were very nice people with no hidden agendas. They had apologized to him for what their son had done, and he had no feelings about them. I don't know. I don't have anything to do with them and I'm not interested in them. It's not like we're going to see each other again. That kind of detachment is a good thing. I wish I had never asked him to come back to his parents' house if he had a mental breakdown. Although he had promised to show his face once every 6 months, his parents were a little hesitant to ask him to return home because they were worried about him. I'm the one who decided to go home. I'm glad we met, because I feel better now. From Amane's point of view, he is glad that he met Tojo at that time. It is not wrong to run away from something that is painful and unbearable, and if it saves you, You should run away from it, but for Amane, it was the right thing to do yesterday. It is better to overcome the obstacles head-on and use them as food for sustenance than to let the things you have been running away from for so long remain as a lump in your chest. And because he got through it, he now has a solid core in his heart that is unshakable. I am grateful to Tojo and the other people I haven't seen in a long time who made it possible for me to meet with Mahiru. Shihoko smiled softly, as if to say there was nothing to worry about. He said, "Children grow up, don't they?" I was worried that he was going to break down, but it looks like I don't have to worry about him anymore. Love makes people stronger. Don't give me the Kuzai line, Dad. But isn't it true? Yeah, but you know what? Thanks to Mahiru, I was able to get straight back on my feet, and the option to stand alone and support each other was born. I am not ashamed to say that this is the power of love, but it is true that love was the driving force that made Amane move. I am glad that you have finally found someone good, just like Shihoko did for me. Yes. Mahiru, when she was listening quietly, shrank as if she was shy, and both Shuto and Shihoko looked at her with a smile. Amane also depends on Mahiru. I'm always worried because you are always taking care of Amane. I'm always relying on you, Amane. No, I always depend on you. I'm glad to hear that. I'm sure you will be able to support each other without being too dependent on Shiina-san's devotion. I know. We will always be by each other's side, so it's only natural that we support each other. The most important thing to remember is that you can't just rely on the person next to you and not think about the other person's burden. It is true that without Mahiru, Amane would be an useless person, but he never intended to be an useless person. Just as he was supported by Mahiru this time, he will support Mahiru when she is having a hard time, and he will take her hand. This is what it means to live together, and it was strongly engraved in my heart when I saw my parents, and I wished that I could be like them. It is probably the greatest happiness for Amane to have found such a partner. The first thing to do is to make sure that you have a good time with your family and friends. It looked like a sign that she was about to cry, but it was more like she was filled with shame and on the verge of exploding. The moment her eyes met Amane's, her eyes were downcast, so she was definitely too embarrassed to stay there. I was not going to let her go, so I held her hand under the table, and after she bounced her body to release the shock, she squeezed my hand back. "No, it's cute. If I don't have to work now, I would love you to the fullest." Shihoko, who was watching Mahiru, is smiling a big smile, as she said, she would have loved Mahiru if she did not have to work. The two of you go to work quickly. In the meantime, you two can flirt. Yeah, that's right. If I affirm with dignity that anything I say is going to be made fun of again, my clenched hands shake, but they don't relax. Perhaps, but I think she was pleased. Shihoko was surprised at his honest admission and then laughed happily, since Amane would have denied it completely before. Shihoko was surprised at his frank admission and then laughed happily. "Shut up. It's a good thing. Spring has come to you. Maybe it's already hot enough for summer. I don't want to be told by two people who live in summer all year round. You're the one who was born to two such people. And you're a pre-summer baby." The first time I saw the two of them together, I was very surprised to see Shihoko smiling so happily and congratulating them. But since it looked like she didn't mind, I gave up and turned away. Since their parents had left for work, they sat down side by side on Amane's bed for the time being. Although it was probably due to the location of the room, the distance between them was the same as usual, but Mahiru was slightly awkward, and it was obvious that she was very conscious of Amane. She glanced at me, and when our gazes met, her cheeks were slightly stained, so I felt a subtle tickle from her. I mean, flirting. After repeating the act of making and breaking eye contact for a while, he asks Mahiru in a calm manner. Apparently, the word flirting had been on her mind, and her cheeks, which had flushed after he said it, blushed even more. "Oh, if I tell my parents that, they won't pry any more than they have to. They'll make fun of me if I deny it." "Well, that might be the case. In other words, we don't really flirt." "No, I mean, I'd rather flirt." It was a kind of construction that affirmed the parents' words, but Amane's feeling is that he would like to flirt to the fullest if Mahiru would allow it. In response to a line that might have made him wonder if he was being too gung-ho himself, Mahiru replied, "I wonder if I'm being too flirtatious," she said, nodding with a thin voice. I nodded, but she shrank back and made a gesture of embarrassment, so I chuckled, thinking that she was conscious of my presence. "If you don't want to, that's fine." "I don't think so. The most important thing to remember is that you should never be afraid to ask for it." "I see. But how exactly do I make out with you?" Silence fell over Mahiru's words. I remember that we've had this exchange before, and this time too. I was unsure of what answer to give, and for a moment, I was stumped. "Or a kiss." "Kissing and stuff." "Kissing? I think it's just kissing. If you ask me, yes. No, specifically. I don't hug you or hold your hand. I do it all the time." I don't know what exactly I should do when it comes to conscious flirting, since we have been flirting rather unconsciously since before we started going out. I think that keeping close contact with someone is flirting, and kissing is probably in the same category as flirting, but I don't know if that's all there is to it. I'm not sure what I should do to make more flirting. Stick together for now? When I suggest a calm, yet exciting action, which is nothing new, I receive a small yes in the affirmative. As she hesitantly leaned in toward him, Amane reached out his hand to catch it in his knee. As it was, he put his hands behind Mahiru's knees and on her back and lifted her up. The cute sound of her voice was a little funny, and he moved his Mahiru between Amane's legs, sitting cross-legged on the bed. "I prefer it this way." "Yes. No?" I asked Mahiru, who was shrinking her slender body, and she loosely shook her head. "I don't think so. It's just that, I mean, when I'm like this, I feel like I'm wrapped up in Amane-kun." "Shall I wrap you up like you said?" I know it's not the place to say this, but I think it's cute that she's a bit bashful and turns a little red at the slightest thing. It's been about 2 months since we started dating, but she still hasn't gotten used to contact, so I guess you can understand her initial shyness. But it's the same for Amane, and although he doesn't show it on his face, he can't stop his heart from racing. If Mahiru was to put her ear to his chest right now and listen to his heartbeat, she would immediately know that his heart is pounding. I'd be embarrassed if she knew I was this upset, even though I'm trying to act calm. So I touch my lips to the back of Mahiru's head, hoping she can't hear me. "I'm just hugging you. I'm just hugging you. I know, I'm thrilled, but I'm happy. I like it when you squeeze me." "I see. I'll do whatever you want. I'm going to go to Amane-kun." Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm just ticklish. The first time I saw her, she was a little nervous, and I was not. I'll tell you what I heard the other day about Amane-kun's past. Oops, that's not good." He is careful not to tease her too much and touch Mahiru, because he would faint in agony if she whispered such a thing in his ear. I don't know how much to touch her or how to touch her, so I try stroking and holding her hand and kissing the back of her head, but I still feel a little unsatisfied. I felt satisfied, but in contrast, there was a part of me that complained of not having enough. And although I could control it now, I was honestly a little nervous because I did not know when it would start to get out of control. I want to touch her more and taste her softness. I want to touch her more and feel her softness, but I can only do this kind of skinship with her rationally, so I limit myself to gentle touches. I was not sure if she was embarrassed or not, but her ears were red and she was left to do as she was told. "Really, she's so cute." He had been skin to skin with her a lot, but recently she was getting more embarrassed. The feet are relatively large, and the palms are also large in their own way. The actual size of the hand is a little bit larger than Mahiru's hand, so that when Amane holds hands with Mahiru hand is noticeably smaller than Amane hand. "I like your hands, Amane-kun. I like it when you touch me." "I'm going to touch you if you keep talking like that." I would like to ask her to be careful, but she doesn't seem to have the intention that Amane thinks she does. I'd like to ask her to be more careful, but Mahiru does not seem to be thinking about Amane's intention, and she murmurs quietly, "I don't mind if you touch me." He slowly traced her belly button with his fingertips, which touched just below the navel. Without caring about her ticklish wriggling, he touched her stomach at a frustrating speed and stopped his finger just before it reached the slope. If I take your word for it, I guess I can go up like this, right? I haven't climbed the mountain yet, but I could easily climb it and conquer it. The fact is, Amane's palm is so large that it can encompass even the steep undulations of Mahiru's mountain. When I asked her if it was okay for me to climb the mountain, she turned red as if steam was coming out of her arms. When she turned around, her cheeks were red like a boiled octopus, but Amane didn't care. He just smiled at her. He not only laughed, but also dropped a kiss on her cheek. I'm not sure if this is what you mean by flirting or not. Amane-kun. The reason I'm not too sure about the flirting is because I've ruled out this kind of touching. I told you before that I'm a man too, so be careful. I'm really going to touch you. I'm not sure if you can do it, but you're red in the face too. Can you do it? Shut up. I know my face is red. I am also aware that I am saying embarrassing things, but I have no choice but to say it because if I don't say it, I don't think she will understand. After a moment of silence at Amane's words, Mahiru loosely undoes Amane's restraints. Realizing that he was rejected, Amane tried to smile bitterly, but Mahiru turned round and hugged him. The soft touch and sweet smell of Mahiru's body against Amane's, which clung to him tightly, made him strongly feel the soft touch and sweet smell of her. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I'll accept it. She looked at Amane with a cute and healthy expression on her face, and it's fair to say that his mind went blank, as she gazes at him with a mixture of shame, anxiety, and just a little bit of expectation. She trusts him and will accept anything from him. I can tell from her expression and atmosphere that she likes me that much. Even if I were to push her down right here and now, she would welcome me with open arms. Her facial expression, attitude, and voice were all asserting that she has that much trust and favor in me. You dare you. When Mahiru entrusted her body to him as if to surrender everything to him, Amane belatedly began to think, and his body started to move. The first thing he did was to kiss Mahiru. I felt the softness of her lips, softer and fresher than my own, and felt the softness in my body as I held her slender body. I did not touch it with my palm, just felt the softness of the ridge a little and gently removed my hand. I bury my face in her neck as I watch her cheeks turn red and her mouth move. I'm fine to leave it with you. I drop a kiss on the white neck of Mahiru, adding that I probably won't be able to stop it. What's wrong with your red face? It's nothing. The parents, who are from different professions and workplaces, came home from work together and tilted their heads curiously when they saw Mahiru. Mahiru was sitting on the sofa in the living room, blushing. The reason was probably because Amane had been kissing and holding hands with Mahiru in passing. He never attacked her, but from her point of view, it was probably unbearable. I would like to believe that she was rather happy because she seemed to be happy and embarrassed. Amane, could it be? I swear I didn't do anything to her. It was just a hug and a light touch. The only reason why Mahiru's capacity was exceeded is because Mahiru is after all a newcomer to the game. The first thing that comes to mind is that the two of you are not the only ones who have been in this situation. The two of them were flirting in a healthy way. He's completely opened up about it. Shut up. You're all sneaky. I want to make out with Mahiru too. Oh, my God. Once he gave Shihoko Mahiru. He was not happy to have Shihoko monopolize his Mahiru for the time being, because it was frustrating for him. Amane was not pleased to have Shihoko monopolize his Mahiru, since she would get tired of pleasing Mahiru. Well then, how about getting along as a family? See, Shiina-san said she wanted to go out with everyone, didn't she? I had told my parents that Mahiru wanted to go out with everyone, but he didn't expect them to bring it up now, and her caramel-colored eyes twinkled. The next day off, Amane and Shiina will still be here, so let's go out. I'm sure they'll be there. The most important thing to remember is that you can't just take a vacation. Do you mind? No, 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 No. Then it's decided. Where shall we go? Perhaps he is feeling sorry for really going out together, even though it is what she wished for. Mom and Dad both like Mahiru and want to go out with her. They would never spend time with someone they don't like even when Amane advises them to do so. The fact that she is allowed in this house in the first place means that they like her very much, and since they have asked her to go out with them, it is pointless to be anxious about it. You should be prepared for that. Mothers, I'm going to take Mahiru around with me. We have never gone out together like this before. Shihoka hugged and patted her on the head. You're my family now, so I can spoil you as much as you like. You love her more than your son. Oh, are you jealous? Oh, no, I don't mind. It doesn't matter. It makes Mahiru happy. Mahiru is being cuddled and adored by Shihoko, and she is looking shy, losing the atmosphere she had just had. As a person who is pleased with Mahiru and wants Mahiru to take the name Fujimiya in the future, I am rather pleased that my parents like her, although it is complicated by the fact that the skinship is a bit intense. He has grown up so much. Are you making fun of me? No, it's not that. I'm just glad you grew up to be a man who can bring happiness to the person you love. What a load of crap. Well, not many people are like that. That's what our kids are for. Yes, yes. No one don't likes to see a desirable person happy. It's best if they smile without hesitation. If I could, I would be the one to make that person happy. The first time I saw her, I thought she was a good person and I was very happy to see her. Chapter 2, Getting Drenched is a Bargain. Amane, where are you going? As he is putting on his shoes at the entrance, Mahiru notices that Amane is getting ready to go out and calls out to him. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was a little late to go out, so she probably called out to him. What? Ah, the supermarket. Mom asked me to do some shopping. Amane did not want to go out for shopping. He received a message on his phone earlier. She said that she and Shuto would be home late today and that they didn't have time to go shopping, so she asked him to buy some things that she needed. It was fine that I was not busy, but I would have liked to have been told that in the morning. The first thing she said was, I see, and then she kneeled down next to Amane who was tying the laces of his sneakers. The mirror on the wall in the entrance hallway and the sensation of the mirror showed that the hair was bouncy and she was working hard to fix it with a hand comb. I can tell by the mirror on the wall in the entryway and the way it feels that she has been combing her hair. No, I don't have a lot of stuff and I'm in a bit of a hurry. It's not a big deal, and I'll be fine on my own. The weather was likely to rain if I hung around outside too long, and even though the sun was shining, I don't want to take you around in such a hot weather. I declined the offer, thinking that I would return home as soon as I finished the shopping anyway, so it would be faster to go alone. I'm not sure if it's a good idea. He looked up at Mahiru and said, Oh, it's not that I don't want you to go. Wow, I know. I just wish I could have gone out with you. We'll go on another date, okay? I'm planning to go out with her again, and since it is said that women need to prepare carefully when they go out, I don't think she can go out right now. Then, I'll be waiting for you on your way home. Okay. Amane nodded his head in agreement, took his shoes and walked out the front door. As a result, Amane was painfully aware that it was a good thing he did not take Mahiru with him. Ha, I knew it was going to rain. He had expected the clouds to be gloomy, but as expected, rain dripped down from the sky one after another, and Amane's clothes became wetter and darker than before. The fabrics sticking to my body in dampness bothers me, so I pick up my clothes and lightly aerate them. Fortunately, the purchased items were in plastic wrapping that would not be affected by getting wet, so the damage was only to his laps, but by the time he arrived home, he was a completely wet rat. I lightly brushed off my bangs, which were trying to hide my vision along my forehead line, before entering the front door, where water dripped from my clothes onto the floor. It would be too late to regret that I should have wrung it out before entering. Welcome back, Amane-kun. It rained quite a bit, didn't it? The moment I sighed, I heard the sound of my slippers flapping, and Mahiru came running to the doorway, rolling her eyes when she saw Amane. He probably didn't expect it to be this wet. He was holding a mini towel in his hand, but it was not enough to keep him from getting wet. I didn't expect the rain to be this heavy. I'm home. It was probably just a passing shower, but it was stronger than I thought. I wish the weather would have held until you got back. Anyway, you should take a bath. It's ready for you. Thanks. I don't know if I should say that I felt relaxed or happy. I was tickled to feel a sense of family in the fact that she was exchanging such things as a matter of course. I was tickled to feel a sense of family in this natural exchange. What a nice feeling. What? I like that she prepared a bath for me and welcomed me like this. My parents both work, so I don't get to see scenes like this very often. But it's a common scene in comic books and dramas, and I secretly envied them. I could vicariously experience the happiness of having a family, and it was irresistibly sweet. But at the same time, the warmth and saltiness of the spring sunlight seeped into my heart. It is because I am communicating with someone I want to cherish for a lifetime that I remember such indescribable happiness. I smile at Mahiru, who flinches and shrinks back with a slight blush on her cheeks, and say, I'm going to take a bath. Then, thank you, and slip past her. I'm going to go take a bath, he says, and slips out to the side. When I came out of the bath, I found Mahiru sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting for me. In her hand was a hairdryer. There is a hairdryer in the bathroom as well, but it seems that she was prepared for the fact that Amane would come out without a hairdryer. I felt embarrassed that she had seen through me, and happy that she understood me. I quietly approached Mahiru, blurring my embarrassment with the cool air of the air conditioner. I just can't get enough of air conditioning after a hot bath. It's cool, but the problem is that after a bath, you get colder than you need to and you might catch a cold. Here, sit there. I don't mind. If you don't, it will damage your hair as well as your cold. She stood behind Amane and used a towel to remove the water, but it tickled him. Not so much sensually as mentally. She's sure Amane will never get over this kind of sloppiness. Sometimes he leaves the bathroom without putting on his top. It's hot and I wear it in the winter. That's because it's cold, but you can't not put on a top just because it's hot. You will catch a cold. I won't allow it while my eyes are black. I swallowed my inner thoughts. Mahiru's eyes are the color of caramel, or she's going to stay by my side for the rest of my life, and simply said, I'll be careful, and left her to her own devices. After all, being taken care of is comfortable. I felt sorry for Mahiru, but it still felt good to have her towel off the moisture. After absorbing most of the water with a careful hand, Mahiru used the hairdryer she had prepared to blow Amane's hair in the warm air. The way she took care of his hair was flattering, as Amane does not like to have his hair touched. Mahiru was the first time he felt comfortable having his hair dried. I like having my hair touched by Mahiru to begin with, so perhaps it is simply a matter of choosing the right person to touch. It's not fair that Amane-kun doesn't seem to be carefully cared for, yet he looks so smooth. A small murmur could be heard over the sound of the hairdryer. Is that so? Well, I don't take care of my hair as meticulously as Mahiru. It's more like a normal upkeep. I guess my hair is good to begin with. Shihoko-san and the others have beautiful hair. I often touch her flaxen hair, which is straight, soft, thin, and very comfortable to touch. Thin hair tends to get tangled easily, but thanks to her care and attention to detail, it never tangles or wavy, just beautiful straight lines with beautiful frizzy water lines that would make any frizzy person drool. The hair is straight, with no split ends, and the cuticles are perfectly straight, complete with angel rings, a beauty that would be the envy of anyone. It's tricky though, because it's so long. It takes a long time. Well, if it's that long, it takes time, doesn't it? While I'm taking care of it, I'm doing other things or thinking about other things, but it's true that it takes a lot of time and effort. Sometimes I wish I could just cut it off. Which do you like better, short or long? I don't have a preference, I think they are both cute. I like to see you having fun in style, so I'm happy to see you with the length that you like. To begin with, women don't always look good for men, and many women even grow their hair long because they like it. If it were true that one word from Amane could change Mahiru's hairstyle, I would be happy that she was trying to suit my taste. but at the same time, it would be complicated. I would not be happy to see the result of Mahiru's efforts disappear just because of my opinion. I think it's good to see her wearing her hair the way she likes it, and I think she looks cute no matter what length she wears it. He didn't want to twist what Mahiru liked to do with Amane's words. Is that how it is? So, do you have a preference for what kind of haircut I should have Mahiru-wise? I like any hairstyle you have, Amane-kun. I like any kind of hair. That's what I mean. Yes, he didn't look back, but there was a hint of a sneer and a laugh behind him. It seemed the answer was not wrong. Mahiru was happily drying Amane's hair, but suddenly the movement of her fingers, which were drying his hair as if combing it, stopped. She said, I like any kind of hairstyle, though. Amane-kun, your scooped up wet hair is really good really? I thought, was sexy and cool. I don't want to do it. I'm going to die, she suggested jokingly, but he seemed to be shaking his head, and she could feel the vibrations in her hands as she touched his hair. I'm sure that the cheeks of Mahiru are blushing right now. When I tried to check her expression, her hand, apparently not wanting me to see it, held it down, so I felt a strong indication of her intention. Mahiru has a lot of weaknesses, doesn't she? Especially, she is very vulnerable to actions that make her conscious as the opposite sex. I'm not sure if it's a good idea for Amane to do this, but it seems that she's not used to it and shrinks back in embarrassment at the slightest thing. I don't think I'm sexy. Do you want me to get you a mirror? I just looked in the bathroom. You don't understand, Mr. Amane. He's the kind of guy who looks good in any outfit because she like him. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen at all, but you can't. I mean, after a hot bath like this, he's careless, and it's not good for him to be leaking. I'm glad she thinks so, too. If I tease her too much, she'll boil over, so I'll just cower my shoulders and not pursue the matter any further. I'm sure I'd sit up too if I saw her looking up at me after a hot bath, so I can't say too much about it. I'm sure you've seen me after a hot bath every day for the past few days. I try not to look directly at them. Since we stay at my parents' house together, we naturally take turns taking a bath, and I can see her after taking a bath and in her night clothes. I'm trying not to be aware of it, but sometimes the desire to look directly at her makes my head spin. Thanks to his efforts to keep it under wraps, she doesn't seem to notice. But there are times when he can't help it if he's too aggressive. I see. I learned a good lesson. Hey, what are you trying to do? Because I'm the one who's excited, and it's not fair. Maybe she doesn't think about it, but she doesn't realize that the result of Amane's pacing will be bad for her heart. This is probably both the good and the bad thing about Mahiru. She has too much faith in Amane's goodness and reason. I could go to, but I think I'll just lock myself in my room. That's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. Even I want the right to push Amane-kun. I've been doing it unconsciously for a long time now. The most important thing to remember is that you are not alone in your decision-making process. Amane turned his gaze straight at Mahiru, who was looking at him with a slightly stern look. The lustrous caramel eyes were shaking more and more as they caught and received Amane's gaze. As the shaking overflows, you can see that the eyes are moistening. The blush that floats on the white porcelain increases in density, but if she keeps staring at him without caring, he will not be able to bear it any longer and turns his gaze away from Mahiru. I can't stand it. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to try. I know. No, okay. Finally, I brought my face close to hers and whispered to her as if I were exhaling softly, and she let out a cute scream and stepped back. The last thing you want to do is to be in a position where you can't see the other person's face. The hairdryer in her hand was about to fall out, so she casually snatched it from her hand and looked at me with a look of disbelief on her face as her lips trembled. I was not sure if it was more accurate to say that she was staring at me, but she was just staring at me, because there was nothing powerful about him at all. I can't help but notice that she is staring at me, but not with any power at all. I'm sure you think if you say it in that voice, I'll listen to you. I'm sure you know I'm serious when I say this, don't you? Well, that's true, but, anyway, no. I'm not going to give in anymore." This time I looked at him seriously without any intention of teasing or upsetting him. "I'm not going to give up anymore." Now that Mahiru had said it, Amane couldn't just pretend he hadn't heard it. She said, "Next time I'm going to whisper in your ear as loud as I can. I'll be careful. I'll be careful." Chapter 3, The Shape of Longing. "How about this, Mahiru? Oh, it's lovely. I like the way you used the lace." Two girls, Amane leisurely watched from the edge of the store as a girl and a woman conversed happily. "They look like they're having a good time." "Yes, it does. How do women get so excited over clothes?" The four of us had come to the shopping mall together at Mahiru's request, but we became bored when the two women in the boutiques began to put their clothes on their bodies, asking each other what to wear. I don't mind accompanying them shopping and picking out clothes, but it's hard to get into a conversation with them when they create an atmosphere like a girl's garden, so I keep my distance from them, as I easily decide what to wear and buy it. I feel strange when I see Mahiru and her friends trying to choose the best one while chatting with each other like that. Incidentally, Shuto seems to be standing next to Amane because he wants to watch them having a good time. Shuto himself is the type of person who would join the girls, so I guess he was also being considerate of Amane. She is the type of girl who wants to be beautiful no matter what time of the day. Also, she genuinely likes to dress up. Well, it's nice to watch, isn't it? Seeing them dressed up? That's part of it, but to see them having so much fun picking out their outfits. It is said that most boys are too lazy to go shopping with girls, but Amane is used to it because he has been with Shihoko a lot. He is not that impatient and finds enjoyment in the waiting time. Besides, it was a fun time with Mahiru, since just seeing her smiling happily gave him a sense of fulfillment. "I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make it work for you." "That's a good thing. I mean, I think it's fun for anyone to see the person they love smiling happily. I think it's valuable to be able to honestly feel that way. You can find a lot of people who are looking for a new way to get the most out of their time in the world. If you can enjoy yourself in the first place, you don't have to worry about that, and you are both happy and it's a good thing." "Well, I'm glad I have this nature." "When I see the two of them adore each other like a real mother and daughter, I'm glad I came. If you ask me if I don't feel lonely being left alone, I feel a little bit of loneliness, but more than that, I feel a sense of relief." It is pseudo, but the scene that Mahiru could not achieve no matter how much she wished for it, finally has a form and is by her side. She cannot help but be pleased. She is a normal girl of her age, and just watching her from the outside is a scene so peaceful and happy that it fills my heart with joy. "Do you intend to be a real father and daughter? Is that something you need to tell your father now?" "Oh, excuse me." Shuto, who smiles lightly and doesn't pursue the matter further, says, "You're the wrong person to say that," and for a moment I have the extravagant worry that if he understands so quickly, that's a complication. "It's better than being pursued like Shihoko, so it's better if you don't touch it." "What are Shuto-san and Amane doing on the edge like that? Come over here." Shihoko seems to have noticed Shuto and Amane, who are calmly watching over them, and beckons them to come over. In her hands, she was holding two pieces of clothing. Shihoko, smiling and in a good mood, stood in front of Amane, holding both of his shoulders from behind and lightly pulling him forward. "Amane, do you think this one or this one looks better on me?" She seemed to want him to pick out an outfit for her. Glancing at the clothes, I see a ladylike blouse with lace on the hem and sleeves, and a pastel blue blouse with a calm yet bright atmosphere. To be honest, I think they both look good on her, and even if she says which one she prefers, I think it's better not to tell her what to wear. Since it's her choice, I think it's fine with me if that's what you chooses. I'd like to hear about your hobbies, too. I'd like to know your hobbies too. Just the fact that she is trying to be more to my liking makes my heart start to race faster and faster. I prefer Mahiru just the way she is, which is not a lie, but I was glad that she was willing to wear the clothes of my choice for me. Aware of the blush on her cheeks, he compares her blouse to Mahiru's face and says, "This one," and holds out the lace-studded blouse. Amane chose the clothes, and with a small smile, Mahiru hugged it and went to put the rest of the clothes back where they belonged. Really is pretty, isn't it? I know. You're becoming less and less candid. Shut up. Ho ho. Shihoka's smiling voice made Amane turn away. After buying some clothes and leaving the store, Amane and his family wandered aimlessly around the shopping mall. The mall, which boasts the largest space in the prefecture, is not difficult to enjoy just walking around, but it also attracts a lot of stares, which makes one feel indescribably uncomfortable. My parents are well dressed without any prejudice, not to mention the Mahiru crowd. It's no wonder that such a group of people are so crowded. Mahiru's popularity is something she is already accustomed to, so she doesn't seem to mind. She snuggles into Amane's arm. She is used to having all eyes on her, but she is embarrassed to walk with her arm around Amane, and her cheeks are slightly upturned. I was not at ease because I was being hit by something soft, but I had to be careful not to show it on my face because I knew Shihoka would tease me if I showed it. I tried to distract her by holding the bag containing the clothes she had bought, but it was very difficult to do so because she would cling to me as if to say, "Why don't you look at me? Mahiru, you know." "Yes." No, I mean, what is it? Come to think of it, you don't wear the clothes you bought during Golden Week, do you?" I wondered whether I should point out that her breasts are hit, but sometimes Mahiru devilishly says, "I'm guessing," so I wondered what to do and decided to bring up a different topic. So today's Mahiru dress is a neat and clean one-piece with a cool and elegant design, but it is not the off-the-shoulder one-piece she bought before. She said she would wear it and show it to me, but I haven't seen it after all, so I wondered what happened to it. The word Golden Week made her eyes blink, and then she blushed faintly. "I thought I'd like to show it to you when we have a date alone." "Oh, I see." "Will you take me there?" He slowly grips the end of his arm, the palm of his hand, which is gently intertwined with the end of Mahiru's arm. "Yes, let's go, just the two of us. This is a family outing, you know. It's different from a date, right?" "Yes." "Where do you want to go?" "Anywhere with Amane." "When you say that, I don't want to go anywhere. It's nice that you dress up, but I don't want to show it to others. I heard that kind of thing is called a home date." "I don't mind at all if it's at home. I hear the weather might break for a few days." Come to think of it, a typhoon was brewing and gradually approaching, and the weekly forecast on the news was cloudy. It is not a direct hit, but the aftermath is said to be flying in, so there will be rain. By the time I get home, it will have passed, but I hope it will be a beautiful day since I am returning home. I thought we might not be able to go out considering the typhoon, but it seems that Mahiru is more about spending time together and not so much about the act of going out itself. Deciding to check the weather when I get home, I tighten my grip on Mahiru's hand again. "I don't mind either way as long as I get to spend time with you. Let's check the weather again and decide on a date." "Yes, I thought you were flirting behind my back, but I see you've arranged a date." "Too bad. I was planning on it." Shihoko, who was walking in front of me, teased me in a mischievous voice, which I quickly countered, and my parents laughed in front of me. Chapter 4, A Date at Home with an Angel. The anxiety I had while shopping the other day proved to be true. It's raining. It's raining. As the water droplets hit the ground, not just drizzling, but making a rustling sound, Amane and Mahiru looked at each other and nodded their heads in agreement. Although they had expected this at the time of the weather forecast, they felt indescribable that it had been raining since the day they decided to go out. Fortunately, the wind was not blowing and the rainfall was not so heavy that it would raise an alarm, so my parents had already left for work. My parents are working, so it's not a problem, but Amane and his family are just going out. The weather is not so bad that it's not impossible to go out, but if you get wet and catch a cold, it's a big deal. We can't go out. Even if you are prepared to go out and get wet, don't hesitate. I'm afraid I'll catch a cold and so will Amane-kun, so I'll have to pass. I guess so. Well, let's go home and relax. We are both indoor people, so staying at home is not a problem for us. It's just a shame that we don't go out anymore. but it's not bad to be at home. The only thing is that it's not so bad to stay at home. The first time I went out with him, he was a little bit nervous. We can go out again next time. I know that, but we made a promise. Did you really want to go out on a date that badly? Of course, it's not that I don't want to spend time at home with you, but I want to do things I wouldn't normally do, and it would be fun to see a new side of them, wouldn't it? Oh, well, I'm sorry you were looking forward to it so much. Well, be that as it may, I'm happy to spend some quality time with you, Amane. I'm not going to have you touching my ears all the time like you did the other day. What? You want to remind me to touch them? No, I don't. The way you touch and whisper is bad for my health. I don't think it's good for your health. I think it's bad that Mahiru is generally weak against me. I'll give it back to you exactly as you said. When touched in a weak spot, Mahiru shrinks back with fear, so he sometimes wonders how far he should go. It is difficult to know how far to go, because if you go too far, she will overreact and either run away or sulk. I'm not as weak as Mahiru, so I won't go that limp. Yes, you said it. I'm going to make Amane-kun break his back, too. You're a broken woman, Mahiru. I knew from the way she looked that she generally always lost his strength, as if she lost his core when I touched her ear or whispered in her ear, so this point is a new one, but from Mahiru's point of view, she didn't want me to know about it. I'll just have to make Amane-kun melt in every way possible. What more do you want me to do when I'm currently crazy about you? If I were to fall in love with Mahiru even more passionately than I do now, I would be unable to leave my room for a while. You say that kind of thing so smoothly, Amane. I'm not ashamed to say it, but I've often heard that things can get complicated if you don't tell them in words. I think I've said something similar before, but even if you like each other, it's not enough to show it in an attitude, so it's better to tell each other honestly before things get complicated to avoid unnecessary frustration and stress. If a single word can eliminate one of the seeds of a dispute, we should not spare the effort, and Amane does not even think of it as an effort. It's also a way to avoid misunderstandings, but most of all, it's fun to watch Mahiru react in a very cute way when I tell her honestly. I can't really say this to her. I like that kind of rationality. I appreciate that. I mean, it's just so full of it that I can't help but say it. Oh, I can tell that there is not a grain of flattery in his attitude. There is no way that Mahiru would have said anything flattering to Amane in the first place. He was always harsh to me even before we started going out. And he spoke his mind. I think he's a little bit greedy and in love with me now. But since Mahiru only says what she really thinks, I guess these are words from the heart. It is much more embarrassing to be told in a straightforward manner like this than to be unexpectedly surprised. You were embarrassed just now, weren't you? Sorry? No. I just felt like I finally got one today. I've only just started the day. Then I'm sure you'll get a lot of leads from Amane. I don't think so. What are you talking about? I've always expected this. Amane's heart wants to be broken by me, doesn't it? Well, good luck with that. I tried to take the attitude that I would do it if I could, and for some reason Mahiru smiled confidently and took out a plastic case from the cardboard box on the desk. I'm going to break your heart, Amane-kun. Wait, where did you get that from? I knew immediately what Mahiru had taken out because the plastic case contained a disc, and because it had growth record, 1-year-old written on it in large letters with a permanent marker. As soon as I saw it, I tightened up, wanting to rush in with the wrong kind of guts. It's from Shihoko-san's collection. Why is it in Mahiru's hands? She said, if you can't go outside anyway, you might as well watch this. There were quite a few other DVDs of various dramas available as well. Shihoko and Shuto are the type of people who watch all genres of Western and Japanese movies, and since they have a good number of DVDs at home, they may be able to pass the time, but I don't think they would ever give their home videos to Mahiru in the midst of all that. No, she could have done it because she showed her the album without his permission. Rather, I've already done it, so I can only hold my head inwardly. You know, you still don't want to look back at these things, do you? I'm not saying I don't like it, but it's complicated to watch my own home videos full of my black history, and there is a world of difference in embarrassment between photos and videos. I don't think I left any videos that are too embarrassing for me, but since it's Shihoko, I can't trust her too much. Although I don't really feel comfortable with it, I was inclined to censor it first, even though I could allow myself to watch it if Mahiru wanted to see it. Was it really that bad? I used to be a naughty boy more than Mahiru thinks I was. You're an indoor boy, Amane? I feel there's an implication here. I was just a normal kid. Although you may not be able to tell from the picture, Amane was a very active boy when he was little. He would go exploring with other kids his age in the neighborhood, or visit other kids' houses regardless of their age. Looking back, I think it was because he was watched over by the warmth of the community that he grew up to be a healthy, mischievous child without incident. Now I have calmed down to the point where I nod my head when people call me naughty. I'd like to see them even more at. In the old days, he used to greet the neighbors with a big smile, didn't he? Well, I think they were very friendly. I seem to remember that she had a very good reputation among people of the generation older than her mother, perhaps with Shihoko's personality boost. I think you are very cute, little boy. If you want to watch, you can, but I don't think it will be much fun. I don't think so. It's nice to see this kind of unknown Amane-kun. Do as you please. I've been in an environment since I was a little kid where I rarely took pictures or videos, so it's kind of nice to see them preserved like this. Amane looks at Mahiru, pretending that nothing is wrong as he mutters to himself while holding the disc case with great care, but it looks more like a momentary twinge of pain from an old wound than a drag. The thought of his parents not seeing him naturally makes his lips curl up into a tight line, but now that he's here, it's hard to see how they could be angry at him. Therefore, Amane swears to himself that he will never let Mahiru experience such loneliness. Mahiru is the kind of person who wants to keep a record of her childhood. I want to leave a record of my childhood because it is lonely to have nothing. I think that both good and bad memories can be looked at objectively later and become a part of one's personal growth. I see. Then, when the time comes, I should take a lot of pictures like this and leave a lot of them behind. He did not say what, but instinctively she was sure that Amane was ready for it and that his resolve and love for her would never waver. He was confident that he could give Mahiru what she truly wanted, or rather, build it with her. I wondered how she would take it, and when I returned to her sitting on the sofa with the disc set, I saw her pure eyes blinking wide and repeatedly. What's wrong? No, no, it's nothing. I smiled and stared at her eyes as they reflected various emotions and then disappeared, as if she had not yet found the answer to her question. Well, we'll see about that. I am still a child who cannot take responsibility. It is easy to talk about ideals, but nothing is enough to make them a reality. The reality is not so sweet that you can't handle it with just your feelings. Let's start by taking the time to let her know that the passion of these feelings is constant. Feeling the strong and deep heat sitting deep in my chest, I smile at Mahiru, who is crouching a little next to me. Look, here's a video from when I was little that you wanted to see. Well, I think all kids these days are adorable. He is cute. When I look at Amane-kun now, he has some of the facets of those days, but I still think his eyes are softer than they were back then. The scene flows from the one I don't remember to the one I do remember, smiling and talking with a neighbor with a dog passing by for a walk, a few children, including Amane, playing innocently in the yard, a delighted Shihoko and a young Amane on their first bike ride. The earlier exchange had temporarily slipped from his mind, and as he was absorbed in watching TV, Amane couldn't help but wish that he could forget about this first. I remember this girl appeared on the screen earlier. It seemed that several years had passed since he had watched the TV for an hour or so. The scene of him playing with his friends was shown several times, and he must have been bothered by the fact that the boy was the only one who appeared repeatedly, even though the facial expressions were not constant. He was a neighbor of the same age. I don't know if I'd call him a childhood friend, but we were pretty close. Now I miss the days when we were good friends, but I guess I have no regrets. since I don't want to go back to the days when we were good friends. Amane still can't say that he likes the person he is now, but he is trying to be the person he can be. So he didn't want to go back to those days when he was naive and didn't know anything about hardships. Amane quickly let it slide, and Mahiru said nothing more, his gaze returning to the TV. The young, slightly high-pitched voice of my old self conveyed a sense of excitement. When I look at myself, covered in dirt from being too excited in the summer, I am deeply moved by the memory of such a time. I was so excited that I was covered in dirt. Amane, you really are more reckless and mischievous than I thought. I was a child, you know. The first thing to do is to get a good look at the newest version of the game. The first thing you need to do is to make sure that you have a good time. When the video moved to the hallway of his house, he remembered what was being filmed and hurriedly picked up the remote control. I had to press the pause button. It was so instantaneous that Mahiru froze, but from here on out, he had to choose not to show it for his own honor and for the sake of Mahiru, who might see something extra. What stopped you? No, I don't think it was a good idea after that. It was more of an embarrassment to Mahiru than to me. Really? You just don't want to be seen, do you? No, that's one thing. But no, that's not it. I don't want to show it to you, and I'm not into that kind of thing. And Mahiru is a picture that will make your mouth water for a while if you see it. I was wondering how to explain this to Mahiru, who was looking at me with a suspicious gaze, but I sighed and opened my mouth, thinking that she would understand if I told her directly. I sighed and said, so, this end of the hallway is the bathroom. As I'm sure you can tell, it's a video of me being washed whole in the bath. There it is. I looked at Mahiru, wondering if she wanted to see a man naked. Even if he was a child she could count on one palm, and she froze, as if she hadn't expected it. I wanted to appeal to Shihoko to tell her what to think. She had left me even as Amane, but she herself was not here. I am sorry, sir. I hope you understand. I hope my mothers can distinguish between what is right and what is wrong even though you are children. Yes, that's right. Amane stopped the playback, thinking that he had had enough, but he cowered his shoulders intentionally when he saw the slight regretful expression on Mahiru's face. He then asked, were you interested in? I'm not that kind of a pouty person. I'm not sure if you're curious about it, Mahiru, but I'm not. So don't headbutt me. I was so sorry to see her sulk like this. Amane-kun's teasing. I'm sorry, he said, but I need you to get back in a better mood. I'm not sure what to say, Amane. You'd be interested in being in my shoes, too. No, I don't have any interest in how you feel about children. I mean, admit it. You're interested in it. I don't know. Idiot. The first thing that comes to mind is the fact that the two of them have been in a relationship for a long time and have been in the same place for a long time. I was a bit embarrassed, but I was glad that she was interested in me. I almost laughed, but decided to go to the kitchen to make a drink to calm Mahiru down. I took some time to prepare a sweet drink that I thought she would like, and when I returned to the living room, she gave me a cold stare. Here's your homemade iced cocoa. If you think these things will put me in a good mood, you're mistaken. Don't you want some? Yes, I'll take it. Oh, my God. I hand it to Mahiru, who seems to take it in stride, laughing quietly and carefully so that she doesn't find out. The cocoa paste is made very thick in a pan, dissolved in milk and cooled with ice. It takes a lot of time and effort to prepare it in a pot, so she doesn't often try to make it herself. But when Amane makes it for her when she accidentally gets into a bad mood, she accepts it and listens to him. After making sure it tastes good in his mouth, he asks, does it taste okay? His reproachful gaze softened a little. It's delicious. I'm glad to hear that. Are you trying to fool me with something delicious? No, I'm not. Mahiru took one look at Amane, who smiled bitterly, and stood up with a mug of cocoa in his hand. I broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if she was in a bad mood enough to return to the drawing room. But the sweat subsided when Mahiru immediately sat down. Instead, another sweat was about to break out. I was about to break out in a different kind of sweat. Mahiru, it's chilly in the air conditioner. The first thing that comes to mind is the fact that the two of them have been in the same room together for a long time. The other day she said that she likes to be touched, but I knew that this was her way of getting back at me. It's going to take me all day. Yeah. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. I won't do anything. Good. It is a strong approach of taking himself hostage, but for Amane, it is weak when he does so. He had no intention of doing anything either way, but since she was deliberately nailing me directly in broad daylight, Amane laughed and posed as if he was doing nothing, spreading his hands loosely to show that he was harmless. The draft is cold. You've become a bit selfish, Mahiru. Don't you like it when I'm selfish? No way, you can be more selfish than that. I'm not sure if I'm being selfish or not, but I'd like my boyfriend to spoil me a lot. However, Mahiru often tries to pamper me, so I often have to fight to take the initiative in pampering her. Today's Mahiru seems to be pampering me honestly. I'm not sure if it's a good idea or not. Mahiru is giving everything to the enveloping. Amane was looking relaxed as he sipped iced cocoa with chimikami. No idea WTF is that. Come to think of it, you didn't make one for yourself, did you? I don't like sweets that much, and just the sight of Mahiru drinking it is enough to fill my stomach. How can he be so full even before lunch? It means he is satisfied mentally. Then you don't need lunch. Yes, 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 I insisted by lightly tightening my arm around her body, and she laughed, her throat clearing in a funny way. I'm not sure what to say. Of course, it is not that the other dishes are bad, but I have come to think that I am not satisfied without Mahiru dishes. He is a person who can't help it. I am aware that Mahiru has a hold on my stomach. I hope you can live without me. I already have. Although Amane has been able to maintain his life on his own without any problems after spending time with Mahiru, it is only with Mahiru's presence that he is able to feel that he is living a full and fulfilling life. This is the first time I have ever felt so much love for someone and wanted to cherish her, so I don't feel that the world would lose its color if they were torn away from me. Just repeating the colorless daily life flatly, isn't it the same as living and dying? Not only the food, but also the existence of Mahiru itself forms the current Amane, and although the word was meant to be Mokobono, as if he could not live without it, Mahiru's body became strong in a way that was easy to understand. I'm sure Amane-kun has that kind of place. What kind of place is that? Nothing. Then, I'll make it. I look up at her, a little saddened that the warmth and softness in my arms is gone. I'm not sure if I need to drink it slowly. I'm going to go make some. I've had enough to drink. It's almost lunchtime. She pointed at her watch and said, "Look." And I looked at my watch to see that it was indeed past noon. It is indeed noon, but you know what? I'll help you out. Not today. It seemed like an excuse to escape, and when Amane tried to point it out, Mahiru immediately ran into the kitchen. Amane pretended not to have heard anything and sent his thanks to Mahiru for cooking for him. After eating lunch, Amane was washing the dishes and before he knew it, Mahiru had disappeared. He was not always with her, but when he noticed that she was gone, he speculated whether she had something to do, or whether she was feeling ill. As for her sulking, I don't think it was because she was back to normal after lunch, but there is no guarantee that it was because she was sick. I decided to check on her later and turned off the water, and just as I decided to turn off the water, I heard footsteps coming down from the stairs really just in time. I looked back at the footsteps, which were lighter than my own, and froze. Good thing I didn't have a plate with me, I thought. If I had, I probably would have been sucked into the sink. Well, since it's a special date at home, I thought it would be a good idea to dress in something I had prepared. The air outside is heavy with dull clouds, but only the area around Mahiru is light and dazzling. The sleeves themselves are three-quarter sleeves, so if you look at the overall degree of exposure, the sleeveless garment is more revealing, but the fact that you can see things you normally can't makes it all the more striking. How do you like it? It looks good on you. It looks great on you. I was looking at her so hard that I forgot to give her a compliment, but I hurried to express my opinion when I saw Mahiru's questioning eyes on me. The fact that it's not too revealing, yet it's still very sexy, and yet it's still innocent. Probably has something to do with Mahiru's atmosphere and facial features. Thank you for. Maybe I should be more specific in my compliments, because of her fair skin. She looks absurdly dazzling when seen in this way. Because of her slenderness, she is able to wear clothes that show off her curves without being worn down by the clothes. Also, this pattern makes her look taller than usual, and I think the clean design gives her a more mature look. I don't have much vocabulary, so I can't praise Mahiru in appropriate words, but she dressed up for me. The first thing to do is to make sure that you have a good idea of what you're looking for. I understand. That's enough. What do you want to do by making me embarrassed? I just want to see you embarrassed by the praise and to say what I want to say. He is not flattering but seriously praising Mahiru, and this is a kind of self-satisfied praise by Amane. So he is not trying to make Mahiru look like a. This is a kind of self-satisfied praise by Amane. So he is not trying to make it about Mahiru or anything. I felt like I had to put into words the feelings that had been born inside of me, or else I would be full of them. I am not trying to do anything about it. But, no more. I'm full. Maybe it's because I've just eaten. I feel like I'm getting back at you for what you said earlier. I don't know what you're talking about. The reply to Mahiru was intentional, but he was serious and genuine about the praise. I wipe my hands dry with a towel I have prepared. I've finished washing the dishes, and I've already done the chores you asked me to do. I asked her to change her clothes, but it was still raining outside. The news said that the typhoon was moving away and the weather would improve only after midnight, but today's forecast seemed to be correct. There is a limit to what the two of us can do at my parents' house. Apart from watching home movies, which we did earlier, we can only watch movies, borrow books from the library, or study, which is the main duty of a student. This is something they often do when they are at home, and is probably too routine to do on a date at home. Wouldn't it be better to just spend time with Amane-kun? I don't mind, but won't it bore you? Then, let's take it easy. I'm at my parents' house, so there's really not much we can do freely and enjoy. The games and manga that Amane and Mahiru might enjoy are at home. However, I know from experience that I am happy enough without them, so I think it is cheap even though it is me. Being together and being fulfilled is like saving energy. Yes, maybe this is the key to a long-lasting relationship. I don't think it's a trick. It's more a matter of chemistry and personality. Are you sure we mesh well together? The key to long-lasting friends and lovers is not whether they are fun to be with, but whether they are not difficult to be with in silence. So Amane and Mahiru are probably very compatible with each other, as they both feel fulfilled even in silence. Today is a date, so of course they talk and interact with each other. Let's go to the room. I don't mean to be rude. I don't doubt that. I'd like you to doubt me. It is complicated to not be doubted, though it is Mahiru, when it seems that no matter what you do, you will be forgiven. I laugh bitterly at the level of trust that Mahiru has in me, and go to my room with Mahiru's hand in tow. The room, where most of the furniture has been taken out of the house, is still a bleak scene, and the presence of Mahiru stands out in all its splendor. This time, more firmly than before. He makes his body close to Mahiru's so that he can taste her softness and warmth, while being careful not to hurt her slip, chin, haze. When he rests his chin on Mahiru's shoulder and leans against her lightly, Mahiru shudders slightly. Oh, Amane-kun. The first thing to do is to make sure that you have a good idea of what you're getting into. I didn't touch anything weird. The only things that are touched are the stomach, back and shoulders. If you look down gently, you will see that the décolleté is exposed because of the off-the-shoulder dress, so you can feel the hefty heap and cleavage not fully concealed by her clothes. It was a spectacular view, but looking at her too long brought up unwanted thoughts, so I turned my gaze back to her and kissed her ear, which was turning bright red. I looked back at the view and kissed the red ear. I told you this morning to stop messing with my ears. You think I'm going to break my back? Well, not that much, but it makes me itchy, so I can't. Then I'll stop for safekeeping. It would be more effective to touch them on special occasions than to be mean to them on a regular basis. The best way to do this is to use it occasionally, because once you get used to it, You'll find that it dulls your senses. Whether that is good for Mahiru or not is beside the point. I'm afraid that would be a terrible thing to do. Or should I get used to it now? Neither. He turned around and was met with a red face and a hard glare this time. The first time he did this, he was afraid that if he did too much, he would make her sulk again. So he whispered softly, "I'm sorry," and re-wrapped her body. Amane-kun is being mean. Sorry, I won't do it again. By the way, it looks great on you. It's such a waste to show it to people, so you might as well have stayed at home. To be honest, Mahiru can pull off most outfits, and this off-the-shoulder dress was no exception. She wears it as her own much better than most of the models out there. Since her smooth shoulders and unprotected décolleté are exposed, I honestly don't want to show this figure to others. I didn't want other men to see her skin, which had been polished through tireless efforts. I was a little thankful for the typhoon as I gazed at the white porcelain skin that made me want to suck on it. I could tell that this is what you like, Amane. If so, I'd like to take a closer look. The first thing to do is to make sure that you have a good idea of what you're looking at. I cannot accurately grasp Mahiru's feelings, whether she is embarrassed to be seen up close like this or embarrassed to face me again on the bed, but I do know that she is embarrassed. I can't figure out exactly how she's feeling, but I can tell she's embarrassed. It looks good on you. Cute. I know that you think I'm cute, Amane-kun. I'm embarrassed to say this, but I think you're cuter than anyone else. I'm not going to use the word cute in the sense of adorable because I don't have any other target except for Mahiru. I'm not going to say it to anyone else, although I may say it to another girl in the future. While he stroked Mahiru's cheeks with his words, he looked at her left and right. Today's Amane-kun is more honest or bolder than usual. I'm not sure what to say, but I'll say this: it's a date. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. The most important thing to keep in mind is that you should never forget that you have a date with a person you love. In the end, we didn't end up going out, but it's still a date at home, so Amane should take the lead. If you tickle her cheeks with a caress, Mahiru's blushing cheeks relax, but her eyes are downcast in shame. I'm always so full when he's this insistent, she said. Should I do it on a regular basis? No, my heart can't take it. Does that make you nervous? I am. Saying this, Mahiru grabs Amane's hand and invites him to join her right in the middle. The hand is the back of the hand, but it is still soft and warm, more than usual. The heartbeat is also quite fast and loud. The thinner the fabric, the stronger and clearer the heartbeat, the stronger and clearer the softness. I look at Mahiru with a stifled breath, and our gazes meet. Her caramel-colored eyes are moist with shame, but she is looking at me strongly, as if appealing to me. It's not fair if you don't get a thrill out of it, too. I'm very, very excited. Really? Mahiru buried her face in Amane's chest. Mahiru, who had gone to listen to the rhythm of Amane's heartbeat, probably to hide her embarrassment, murmured happily. Really? As her heart beat so loudly that even Amane himself could hear it. I mean, there's no reason not to be thrilled when you do this to me. I'm not sure if it's because you've been so relaxed lately, but it's not fair. On the other hand, it's not cool not to be relaxed, is it? No, that's not true. No, it's not. You're always cool. Thank you. I was tempted to say, are you saying that because you know you can't afford to have that kind of thing said, but I swallowed it down, probably because Mahiru is saying it plainly. Instead, I hugged the Mahiru clinging to my chest and stroked her head. When I whispered, "How cute, damn it," Mahiru lifted the top half of her face from Amane's chest and gave me a small smirk. I thought to myself that I had fallen in love with her, because that alone was enough to make me feel irresistibly affectionate. As he stroked and cared for Mahiru's head absent-mindedly to regain her composure, Mahiru's shame seemed to fade away and she was left to her own devices in a pleasing manner. Mahiru is said to have always liked to be patted on the head, so it must be calming for her. Now Mahiru. Yes, I thought, if this is a date, it's like we're always on a date. Mahiru is usually at my house. However, there was not much flirting, but rather relaxed chatting, eating, and studying while watching TV, which is not date-like. That may be why I don't feel particularly nervous or excited. I don't feel nervous or excited at all. I guess we're having a date at home every day, right? Maybe. I'd like to go to Mahiru's house sometimes. Is my house? Oh, no, I don't have a guilty conscience. I'm not guilty. I'm just interested. Basically, or rather, since Mahiru always visited Amane's house, Amane conversely had a desire to visit Mahiru's house. Although he had been in there once, he couldn't observe it at that time. It was simply a curiosity to see the room where Mahiru lives. But if a man says he wants to enter a girl's room, he will be suspected of having ulterior motives. I don't mind, but nothing much. I'm just curious, he said. After, I wanted to go check it out. To see? No. I was just wondering what kind of picture of me was in the picture frame on your desk. The picture frame that Mahiru mentioned. I really didn't know what it was because I didn't see it at the time, but now that we're dating, I know. I guess the reason I bothered to check if Amane had seen it was to find out if you had seen it. I have a few ideas of what it might have been, but I'm curious to know which of them it might have been. Nah, I knew it was Itsuki. Did you know? No. I just realized after we started going out that it must be so. If I had known that at the time, I would have been able to make up my mind a little earlier. The fact that you have your own photo on display is something that is usually only possible if you have a good will. I'm not sure if you're not attracted to. Why are we even talking about this? In some cases, it's like a stalker, having your picture printed and displayed without your permission. Well, it really depends, doesn't it? So I would not be averse to Mahiru displaying it even if we are not dating. By the way, which picture is it really? It's the one where Amane is smiling. Akazawa took this picture, so I thought it was the type of smile I don't see. He's just passing it off as a joke, isn't he? I already know that the couple is colluding and taking the side of Mahiru, so I don't blame them, but I'm worried that they are sending strange pictures. I thought, good, what if they don't like me? What would you think if I told you I had a picture of you in broad daylight? I'd be happy to do that, but I'd be concerned about the composition and how it looked in the photo. I see, that's what you mean. But the reason why she doesn't blame me is probably because she was the one who decorated it without permission. He smiled a little and patted her on the back as if to soothe her. The first thing that comes to mind is the fact that the room is a little bit different from the one you've been living in. I often look at Amane-kun's room. I am sure you'll be able to find a way to get a good night's sleep in your room. There are many occasions when Mahiru comes into Amane's room. When Amane came home from shopping and went to change his clothes, he looked into his room and saw that his Mahiru was sleeping peacefully, which made him very agitated. I told her it was okay to come in, and he was fine with it since there was nothing to be seen. But I wanted her to think about how her boyfriend felt when he saw her sleeping on his bed unprotected. She said, I know, because the smell of Amane-kun is so calming. I don't feel comfortable. If you are sleeping in my room, in my bed, I will attack you. You're a gentleman, aren't you? I'm glad you're letting your guard down based on trust, but please refrain from doing so as it will kill my reason. Sorry. Next time you do this, I'll have a sleepy face photo session. Oh, no, I don't want that. Then be careful. I don't know how Mahiru feels, who seems to have little resistance to being seen sleeping, but doesn't like to be photographed doing so. I'll try my best to sleep only during sleepovers. Oh, I was embarrassed but happy to hear this, and the heat rose to my cheeks at once as I remembered that we had promised to have a sleepover. Although we hadn't decided on a date, the most important thing to remember is that the best way to get a good night's sleep is to be prepared for the day when the time comes. I wasn't confident that I wouldn't touch her if she got snuggled up to me and bite me. I'm going to ask you to wear a thicker nightgown, please. It's hot this time of year. I'm in trouble. Don't you like fluttering? If you don't care what I do to you, you can wear whatever you want. When I reply with the meaning that I will do something when I come back in the dark, Mahiru looks up at me closely, and then slowly forms a smile. If Amane-kun wants to, I don't mind what he does to me. I know, but you know. What do you want? Damn, I hate myself for not being able to do anything about that trust-based statement. I can't do anything when she tilts her head with an innocent expression on her face. In the first place, you didn't intend to do it when you warned me. Shut up. Hey, I won overall today. He sends a compliment less than a grudge to Mahiru, who smiles mischievously and says, "You're so cute, damn you," and then lightly kisses the winner. This is cute because it is the only thing that can make Mahiru's face turn red, rendering her speechless and making her victory a foregone conclusion. Is not fair, that kind of thing. I don't know. I always lose in the end, don't I? No, you don't. Basically, I'm losing because I'm neck and neck with Mahiru, so please forgive me. I'm always losing to Mahiru, but that's not true. The words neck and neck, then it can't be helped. Blushed cheeks and eyes downcast Mahiru, and so on. I smiled a small smile and said, "You're convinced?" Before she could detect that the smile was coming from a smirk, I hugged her and pressed her face to my chest. Mahiru, perhaps happy with that, shifts her position a little and leans against Amane. I know that she is spoiling me because she trusts me, so my mouth loosens at the sight of her smiling face, which is different from the one she just showed me. I know that she trusts me, and that's why she's being so sweet to me. You're a spoiled brat, aren't you? I know you trust me, so I know I can spoil you like this. Yes, I do. You can spoil me as much as you want. That would make me a rotten person. It makes me a bad person, so I'll do it too. You don't have to fight back there. You don't like it? No, I don't hate it, but I smiled again at Mahiru, who murmured, "It's not fair," and pressed her forehead against my breastplate, carefully adjusting her hair, which had become a little messy, with my fingers. The straight hair, which is smooth and glossy and can be quickly straightened with a hand comb, is very comfortable to touch, and I can't help touching it after fixing it. Since Mahiru does not dislike it and is rather in a good mood, I do not stop touching it. I was petting her while thinking that it was like petting a cat on my lap, and I felt that she had calmed down and was rubbing her face against me. I was so happy to see that she had calmed down. I was thinking, happy, isn't she? I'm going to spend a peaceful time at Amane's parents' house like this. I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about whether you would enjoy coming to our house. I'm so sad to go home. Before she arrived, I was worried that she might not be comfortable at home, but it seems that my fears were unfounded. I was afraid that she might not be comfortable at home, but I was wrong. Shihoko-san and Shuto-san have been very good to me. Mothers love you more than I do. Are you sulking? I'm not sulking. I knew before I came that Shihoko and Shuto would be interested in Mahiru, and since Mahiru tries to be with Amane, I don't sulk anymore. The actuality that the parents have been expecting and liking either of their daughters a little too much, but they have been waiting for her, so it's not hard to understand how they feel. I was a little too excited to know how they felt. I would have squeezed you if you were sulking. You wouldn't have done that if I wasn't sulking? No, anytime, Amane-kun. Then may I take your word for it? Yes. Once she stopped leaning on Amane and spread her arms toward Amane. His lips closed as he wondered what was going on. If I bury my face in it, I'll probably be happy, but I'll probably have a lot of wavering. But I don't care, she's my girlfriend, so this much. There was a demon inside me whispering to me, I'm allowed to do nothing. I'm allowed to enjoy it. Amane moaned softly at the desire that swayed him. The temptation was too tempting for Amane to resist. He runs his hands down Mahiru's back and buries his face in her exposed décolleté. If he moved his face down a little, he would have to plunge into the soft ridges. I couldn't go that far with my current endurance, but I could still press my lips to her beautiful collarbone and smooth white skin, and enjoy the slightly sweet smell of her fragrance. Mahiru was a little ticklish, but did not seem to dislike it at all. Rather, she happily put her hands around her laps and hugged and petted him as if she were loving a child. She was very happy to hold his hand and pat him like an adorable child. Fufu, Amane-kun is also spoiled. Shut up. It's okay, you're spoiled. I'll make you no good. I already have. I feel like I'm being melted into mush, and conversely, the two are spoiling each other, making each other melt. and it seems that they have reached the point where they both feel that they need each other. Mahiru is small and thin. I can wrap you up easily. Now you're wrapped up in me, though. Maybe I did this to be wrapped up in you, Amane? Then it's my own personal Mahiru. Yes, sir, Amane-kun is mine. When he sees that it is almost time for him to go, he raises his hips a little higher and kisses the nape of the neck. The reason why he reacted so quickly is that her neck is vulnerable. The neck is also sensitive, as are the ears. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to put a mark on my neck or not. Please don't put any marks on my neck. I won't, but I will kiss you. Well, that's another thing that makes me uncomfortable. If you don't like it, you're welcome to push me away. You're a tease. I heard a sultry voice saying, you know I can't do that, but I had no problem doing it, knowing that if she really didn't want to, she would refuse. After a while of light kisses on the skin, Mahiru patted me on the back as if she wanted me to stop, so I let it end there. I hugged her and patted her on the head to quiet her down. I hugged her and patted her on the head. I know I'm off topic, but are you going home, or don't you want to? The first time I saw her, I thought, I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm glad to hear that. What? That's how cozy it was. Yeah, I mean, it was. We'll come back next time, maybe at the end of the year, or next summer. It doesn't matter if he leaves this time or not, Amane will go back home again. He was originally told to show up for the long summer and winter vacations, and as long as it was okay with him, he could go home with his parents again. Shihoko and Shuto will be happy, and Amane will not have to be away from her for a long time. Again, you don't like it? Yes, I do. I see. Just think of this place like your parents' house. Yes. Chapter 5. Another farewell. The rain that had been falling so persistently had stopped, and the dull clouds that made me uneasy had disappeared from the blue sky. If only it had passed one more day earlier, we could have gone on our date. I muttered to myself as I gazed out the living room window at the summery, sunny sky, which was a complete change from yesterday. I'm happy to be next to you. I always have a vacant seat next to me, and we can just go out again. I'm grateful for that, but you know what? I'm glad to hear that, but sometimes Chitters interrupts me to tell me that is open next to me. Chitters-san is an exception, isn't she? It is true that Chitters is an exception to the rule for Mahiru. He doesn't know how the friendship developed without Amane's presence, but before long, it was much stronger than Amane had expected. That's a good thing, but I can't help but be affected by the strange influences that sometimes come into play. Do you get jealous of women, too? I don't remember being that narrow-minded. I don't think I'm that narrow-minded, but it does get a little complicated when you're that close. I'm glad that Chitters-san is here. I am saved by the presence of Chitters-san, so please forgive me. The most important thing to remember is that you can't just take the time to do whatever you want with your life. I believe in Mahiru. I believe in you too. You won't be offended if I have a friend of the opposite sex? You think I could? I think you can have a friendly relationship with her now. Is that so? It's true that after my relationship with Mahiru, girls in my class started talking to me, and I don't feel as if I failed to respond to them. It's about the beginning of a normal interaction between classmates. If you call it a friendly relationship, then it is, but it is so close that I can't nod my head if you call it a friend. The only friend of the opposite sex that I can clearly call a friend is Chitters, and I don't think I will willingly make other friends in the future. For Itsuki, it is more important to cherish the relationships he has now, and he does not intend to actively expand the scope of his friendships, even if he becomes friends with others in the process. In the first place, Amane-kun, you don't seem to have the slightest intention of making friends with girls, do you? Why would I do anything to mislead you? In the first place, it's because I can see that you're secretly jealous of me even if you're not mad at me, but you can expect her to be so anxious that she's going to cry. I'm sure Mahiru understands that Amane would never do anything that would look like cheating, and as Amane, he is aware that he is trusted. But he is also aware that Mahiru is uncomfortable with the fact that there are other women on Amane's side. I know that she would not doubt me, but I can see that she would not like it emotionally, so I have been careful to avoid making her feel that way as much as possible. I won't act in a way that could be misunderstood. I know I'm not sure if it's a good idea to be so serious about it or not, but I'll let her do what she wants without pointing it out, even though I understand that she's trying to hide her embarrassment. I quietly looked out the window at the blue sky until the next daytime settled down. I thought to myself, I guess I only have a few more days left to see this view, I muttered quietly, and Mahiru, who had been trying to contain her embarrassment inside, looked up and looked at me. When I looked down at her, she seemed to remember that her stay was coming to an end, and she replied somewhat regretfully, I'll be leaving here tomorrow, won't I? It was a very full trip back home, but it felt shorter than the actual number of days, probably because there was so much to see and do. I'm not going to be back here for a while. I'm a little sad to leave this place for the time being. I also feel sad to say goodbye to Shihoko and the others after having met them so many times. I'm not sure how much I'm going to miss them. It's not that I treated them well, it's that they did whatever they wanted. Well, that was fine with me. Remembering Mahiru, who was much more beloved than his own son, his joy at having made her happy wells up in his heart. Because of Mahiru's family situation, there was a longing for a happy family, and I was glad to have been able to satisfy that desire. Although it is a bit awkward to describe it as an alternative, I am glad that I was able to gain a little warmth by coming to Fujimiya's house. I am glad that I was able to gain a little warmth from coming to Fujimiya's house. I was afraid to walk around in a strange place by myself, so I only went out when I was with Amane and his family, but I wanted to look around a little more. I would have liked to look around a little more. The previous walk was cut short due to Tojo's presence, so I wasn't able to see much of the city. The reunion itself ended up being a good one, but in terms of walking around, it would have been a failure. I was so happy to see him that I asked him if it was all right. My selfishness. How can this be selfish? It's just a walk. I was going out for the last time for a while. I had planned to go outside for a change of pace rather than for Mahiru, so I had no problem with Mahiru joining me. Then, I'm going. I'll only be here for a few more days, and I'd like to take another look at the town where Amane was born and raised. Well, the last time we took a walk, there was a lot going on. I'm glad you can see it that way, Amane. I don't care anymore, I know, but, well, I heard that even if I was hurt, Mahiru will heal me. I will heal and pamper you as much as you want. If that's okay with me, I'll spoil you as much as I can if you spoil me like that, but not too much. You can't get rid of the fact that you've learned how to discipline yourself. You don't want to have it all melt away with just one action from Mahiru. I think it is better to pamper her, though, since her level of inadequacy is low right now. Where are you going, Mahiru? It's the kind of healing that only Amane-kun can provide. The reason is that he feels like he's being watched, and he's not aware of his deep-seated desire to be pampered and soothed. On the left. You're embarrassed. Shut up. Come on, let's get ready to go. Okay. After changing into her outdoor clothes, she diligently applies sunscreen to protect herself from the sun's ultraviolet rays. It seems that if she doesn't take UV countermeasures in this way, she'll quickly get burnt and her skin turns bright red and peels off, so she applies it very carefully. As I was leisurely looking at her, Mahiru gave me a glare and offered me a tube of sunscreen, saying, "You too, Amane-kun." So I accepted the courtesy. I took the offer in stride. "I think you should be a little more careful, Amane-kun," she said. "The sun is strong, even if your skin is strong. No, I'm more burnt than I used to be since I started going outside, and I don't want to be too white. It's unhealthy. I don't need to burn myself unnecessarily because a suntan is a burn. Even if you do burn, you don't need to burn in such strong sunlight. If it's too bad, you'll get blisters." It is not extremely sunny today, but it is sunny. As Mahiru was carefully applying it to Amane's face, Amane closed his eyes and said, "Okay, okay," as if there was nothing better to prevent. While she was applying sunscreen to his face, he took Mahiru's hand, who seemed somewhat satisfied, and went outside. The heat is instantly overwhelming my body with a languid heat, and I am once again impressed by the greatness of the civilization of air conditioning. It is, after all, quite hot in the middle of the day at the height of summer. Even though I am wearing a hat, I can still feel the glare and the strength of the sun's rays that are gradually warming my skin. It's hot after all. Although Mahiru is wearing a cap, arm covers, and a small parasol to protect herself from the sun, her small stature makes it easier for her to feel the heat. Do you want to make a U-turn? No, I don't think so. The last time I went out here, I wanted to have fun. You don't need a parasol, do you, Amane? I'm going shopping on the way home, so I have more luggage, and I thought it would be okay for today's sun. If Amane were to stand in line next to Mahiru with a parasol, there is a possibility that the umbrellas will collide with each other, and if they walk side by side, they may get in the way of other pedestrians. Since he is not as concerned about sunburn as Mahiru, he decided that if he had sunscreen applied, it would be enough. Besides, Mahiru would be happy to have one hand free. I asked Amane, who took my hand and looked up at me, pretending not to notice anything. What's wrong? He pretended not to notice anything and shook his head. Amane smiled and walked away from Mahiru, not mentioning that the sun was shining through the parasol on her cheeks. We came here in the opposite direction from our last walk, but there's not much interesting to see either way. This outing was in the opposite direction from my recent walk, but my parents' house is originally located in a quiet residential area, so there are no stores or facilities in the neighborhood that I can find. There are some ordinary houses, convenience stores, and a park with some playground equipment, but nothing that would please Mahiru. However, it seems that Mahiru is finding this sight more unusual than Amane thinks, and her caramel-colored eyes seem to sparkle as she looks down at him. I don't know, she said. I enjoy just strolling in a strange land, don't you? Personally, I enjoy shopping at supermarkets in unfamiliar places, as the selection of goods is different from those near my home. You look at such a reluctant place. The selection of goods in different prefectures is different, so it's fun to see the differences. It is fun to see what is inexpensive and what is selling well in this area. When I see local products, I want to buy them. Do you want to go in there and buy some? I'd like to show her the scene, so I pointed to a supermarket nearby, but she shook her head. I shook my head loosely. No, it is undesirable to add more luggage in the early stages of a walk. I'll leave one hand free, the free one will be attached to you now as I please. I see. If Mahiru says so, then there will be no need for further exchange. I was happy to let her do whatever she wanted to do. He was already getting used to the stares from passers-by, which he would get if he walked next to her. I happened to see an acquaintance of Shihoko's living in the neighborhood, but she didn't speak to me, as if she didn't want to be disturbed, as I smiled and bobbed my head. The only thing that depresses me is that Shihoko will report me later, but that can't be helped. By the time Shihoko gets the information, Amane and the others will most likely be on their way home, so there will be no real harm done. I pulled out my hand with a somewhat outgoing expression on my face, and Mahiru looked up at me curiously. What's wrong? I'm fine, whatever. I'm not sure what's wrong with me. I was afraid that if I told Mahiru, she would ask me if she didn't have to say hello, so I found a building in the direction I was going and directed her gaze in that direction to divert her. In fact, Mahiru wanted to see the place where Amane spent his childhood, so the elementary school where he spent his childhood would be the perfect place for her to see. After confirming that she was intrigued, Amane also looked over to his old school and saw children playing on a field that was apparently open to students. Although he had not been in the school for 4 years, from the outside it looked much the same as the one he remembered. The only difference is that some of the aging playground equipment has been marked off limits. I don't let outsiders in, he said. I used to run around with my friends like that. You were a naughty boy in elementary school, weren't you, Amane? I think I was more of an energetic kid. I was not an indoor child like you are now. I liked to play inside, but I also played outside with my friends, and my mother and father took me to many places. In elementary school, Amane was the epitome of a healthy child who ate well, laughed a lot, and played a lot. He often played innocently with neighborhood children his own age and was sometimes scolded for returning home with his clothes covered in mud. He was a carefree child in a way that I cannot imagine for myself today. I can't imagine that now. The first time I saw him, I thought it was a good thing that he was so young, said Amane. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to get a good laugh out of him. I'm not a big fan of exercise, but I prefer to spend time at home. I'm limited in the number of friends I can invite to hang out with me. I have a very shallow circle of friends, so I don't have many friends to hang out with personally. Mahiru, who tells me this without self-mockery, is certainly the type of person who has a wide circle of friends but few people to let them into her shell. Because she acted as an angel, she was unable to form deep friendships, but only loosely connected with everyone as an idealistic girl who was adored by everyone. Now, her angelic mask is a bit off, and she shows a hint of honesty and shyness to her female classmates. The reason why the current Mahiru is more popular with her classmates is probably because of the retracted perfection that seems to be kind to everyone and doesn't let anyone get close to her on the inside. But lately you've been hanging out with the other kids like cheaters, he says. I guess it's because they're easier to get to know. I'm glad that's the case, but it's a little troubling because I get asked quite a few questions about Amane-kun. I'm sure you didn't say anything strange. The actual information is often leaked to cheaters, sometimes makes Amane feel embarrassed. We haven't built up a friendship to the point where we can talk nakedly, and it's, quirky, and I'm embarrassed to tell you. Cheaters-san, however. Have you told Cheaters? Just a little. I haven't told her everything. Really? Yes, I'm sure. I was in a hurry, so I felt a little suspicious, but it wouldn't be right to persist in asking too much, so I replied with a laugh, well, that's fine. I'm not sure how much of a stretch that is, but I trust the extent to which Mahiru thinks it's okay to say it. That kind of Amane-kun. Don't you tell Akazawa. Basically, I don't say anything. I know I'll be taken aback or ridiculed for being a moron. Amane is the type of person who does not discuss important matters, or if he does, he says so in a vague manner and tries not to give away too much information. It is not because he is secretive, but because he is embarrassed to know. I feel like I'm being accused. I don't blame you. In my case, I'm sure I'm usually spilling the beans in some sort of consultation. It's complicated that you've been so predictable. It's just a matter of routine. I often hear Mahiru give from cheaters, so I know very well that Mahiru has been careless many times. I don't intend to blame her for that, but it makes me feel embarrassed when she says it too much, so I would have preferred her not to say anything important if she could. I'm not going to blame you for that, but I'd rather you didn't say anything important if you can help it. Amane smiled slightly and then pulled his hand away. Don't look at me like that. Look. Let's go. Stopping in front of an elementary school for any length of time could be perceived as suspicious. I felt the heat of her cheeks when I gently stroked her, and I couldn't help but touch them to check their body temperature. I'm a little hot. Are you feeling okay? I asked her. I don't feel any signs of heat stroke. It's hot, so my body temperature rises. You tend to get hotter than me. I have a parasol, but you only have a hat. The first thing that comes to mind is the fact that the two of you have been talking about the same thing for a long time. I think we should take a break from each other. After all, we are under the blazing sun. No difference. Hand off. The hands were still clasped, so I lifted them in my grip to see what I could do about it. The hand was still in his grip and he lifted it up. I'm sweating. You don't want to go to? No. It's fine as long as you're not uncomfortable. I'll be seen if we're in a quirky store. I'm sure that if we were to touch each other like this in the store, I'd get looks that would tell me to do it somewhere else. So for now, I'll leave it at that for the time being. I'm not sure what's going on. What's wrong? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm usually lower in body temperature than you, so when we touch each other with our body temperatures at about the same level, it's like we're melting and mixing with each other. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Why all of a sudden? It's okay. It's really dangerous. I know she has no intention to do so, but it was a dangerous comment that might have led her to find other intentions on her own. so I pulled her a little too hard to shut up the wondering Mahiru and started walking away. "Oh, look, Amane-kun. It's a fireworks display." After taking a break at a cafe and wandering around the area, Mahiru found a flyer on a telephone pole on the way home and shouted a little cheerfully. A recently posted flyer with few stains or scratches, which appears to have been put up recently, states that a summer festival and a fireworks display will be held at the same time in a large neighborhood shopping street. I used to go there every year when I was in elementary school, but I don't remember going there after I reached junior high school because I didn't have the mental capacity to go. And I was embarrassed to go with my parents, which is a cute reason now that I think back on it. I remember that everywhere was excited about summer festivals and fireworks displays, and I saw them on TV. When I read the flyer, I realized that the festival would be held after me and Mahiru went back to their house. It's a pity that the summer festival in this area will be held after we leave. I wish I could have gone to the summer festival. I've never been to a summer festival, so I wanted to go, but if you can't make it, there's nothing I can do. And even if I don't go, it would be fine if I could spend time by your side. Please don't make such a surprise visit. I know that Mahiru prefers Amane's side, but when she mentions it again as a matter of course, I still feel a sense of shame. My feelings are always with you, so, I know, but you know what? I look at the flyer again, while keeping my mouth shut in a giggle at Mahiru, who is smiling happily at Amane's somewhat dismayed reaction. Fireworks festivals and summer festivals are usually held on similar dates. If they are held in different prefectures, it would be even less of a consideration to make sure that the dates do not conflict with each other. There must be 1 or 2 summer festivals in the area where we live. I vowed to find out more about summer festivals when I returned home, and to ask Shihoko to send me a yukata while she sent my luggage back to me. I don't want to disappoint her, so I'm going to make sure there is a date I can make it to and clear my schedule, and then I'm going to call my Mahiru. As I was walking home again with a relaxed gait, I heard a strong childish voice say, "Oh," as I made a mental note not to forget it. The voice was coming from outside my consciousness, so I stopped to see what was going on, and as I did so, I felt a shock in my abdomen and heard a familiar voice from next door saying, "What?" I heard a familiar voice of Mahiru from next door. The shock was not enough to make him fall, but the sudden impact made him freeze, and when he looked down fearfully, he saw a child head-butting him in the stomach area. "Amane, big brother." He looked up and saw a familiar face, which caused him to smile in surprise. I was surprised and at the same time I was bitter at the same time. "It's been a while, you look good." If it had been someone I didn't know, I would have been quite bewildered, but because it was a familiar face, my guard was lifted and my mind was put at ease. The person was familiar, but he was much more grown up than Amane remembered. The girl, who is barely in the double digits of her age, smiles innocently at Amane's words. Next to her, Mahiru seems to be unable to hide her confusion at the fact that Amane is being embraced by a strange girl, and their clasped hands are tightening. Amane-kun, this person is." "I'm sorry, I startled you. The girl is the sister of my childhood friend." "Not so much, but the sister of a classmate I have known for a long time. We used to hang out a lot." To be correct, I was forced to play with this classmate, but I didn't mind playing innocently with younger kids, so I played with her on a regular basis. I had to take good care of them because I am 7 years older than her. I had not been able to talk to her properly for a long time since we became estranged. I had not talked to her for a long time. It's been a long time. "I'm sorry, but I have my own reasons." "I can tell when it's you, brother," she said. "I can see you from a distance." "That's good to know." Hey, wait, that's not very nice. The last time I met her was probably when she was around 7 years old, but since then, she has remained as energetic and vigorous as ever, and her innocent hugs are troubling to me as someone who has a girlfriend next to. By the way, is this an act that could be misinterpreted? I understand that you don't have that kind of taste, but I was very surprised. But it seems that he still can't hide his bewilderment at the fact that she adores him. Hanada's sister was not happy that Amane gently pulled her away, but but she belatedly noticed the presence of Mahiru next to her and her large eyes grew even more rounded. "Well, I'm my girlfriend." When I explained the relationship in a simple manner, her round eyes widened as if they were about to spill over. "Fujimiya is a koibito?" "Koibito means lover." "Yes, yes, she's my precious lover." When I introduced her in the most simple way, she was embarrassed to be called my girlfriend, but bent down a little and gave Hanada's sister a big smile and said, "Nice to meet you." Hanada's sister was frozen for a while when she received the greeting, but then she finally understood and staggered back to her feet. "No, that's a lie. My brother has a koibito." "Why are you so surprised? You've never brought a girl home with you." Brother and Amane said that they were all the same. "It's all a matter of fate, you know. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but I've heard that they've formed an alliance of people who can't get girlfriends." Thinking about it, he was back near his parents' house, which was also near his friend's house who lived nearby, and meeting Hanada's sister was not a strange thing to do. It is also possible that she would meet the friend herself. "How is your brother?" "I'm fine. He's out right now, so I'm sure he'll be back soon." I see. I was a little relieved, not because I did not want to see him, but because I did not know how I would treat him when I did see him. Perhaps she saw through my inner relief. Hanada's younger sister looked up at Amane with a slightly anxious look on her young face. She said, "Do you still hate my brother?" I don't know how Hanada himself told her about it, but she must have thought that Amane had grown to dislike Hanada. "I don't hate him. I just went from being a friend to an acquaintance, that's all. I don't hate him, nor do I hold a grudge. It was just that our hearts had calmed and cleared, and as a result, the connection had become too faint and fragile to be called a friend even now. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that we have unraveled from each other." At that moment, he put his own safety first. Rather than reaching out to Amane, who was becoming isolated, he chose not to be ostracized. It is only natural that he chose not to be ostracized. The school is a small society, and it is difficult to fight against the larger currents within it. Besides, even if I had been offered a hand at that time, I probably would have rejected it because I no longer trust others. I might have been so insecure that I would have unleashed harsh words, hurt the other person, and severed the connection. So it's not a bad thing that the connection faded and disappeared. I didn't cut it off maliciously, it just unraveled and fell apart. That's all. "So, are you and your brother going to be friends?" "I don't know. It's up to Hanada, and even if I do, it probably won't make a difference and things will never be the same again." When I told her how I really felt, rather than lie and make her sad later, she lowered her eyebrows as if she was troubled. Amane had no intention of retracting his words. Apologizing to each other would not return the relationship to the way it was before the estrangement. Tying up the broken cord would not restore it at all. It is obvious that a knot called a lump will form. If we pretend not to see it, it will eventually come undone nor shredded again. Hanada's sister was about to say something, but before she could say it to Amane, her gaze turned behind him. "Kaname, who are you talking to?" I turned round and saw a familiar face. "Long time no see." When I looked at him without changing my tone because I had not left him because of any trouble with him, a somewhat troubled voice called out to me, "I'm glad to see you're doing well." Wow, the big guy's proud of himself. Wow, he's proud of his new size. Well, he used to be so short that he looked like he was going to die. I guess that's just the way it was then. Yeah, I cower my shoulders at Hanada, who inevitably gets darker when he remembers the old days, and glance at Mahiru. Perhaps I am about to tell Hanada's sister something she shouldn't hear, but it will be difficult to get Mahiru to guide me. "Kaname, show your sister around our yard." "Show her off Mom's garden, you know, the one you've been lamenting that no one ever sees. Do you have a story to tell Big Brother Amane?" "Yes, we have a man-to-man talk." After lowering her eyebrows a bit, Hanada's sister replied, "Yes," and took Mahiru's hand. "Sis, over there, over there." "Oh, Amane-kun." "That, see you later." "Yeah, see you later." Mahiru was also taken by Hanada's sister. After they were alone, Hanada smiled bitterly. "Is she your girlfriend?" "Well, yeah, we came over here together. I never thought Amane would have a girlfriend. You never know what might happen. I had a terrible realization. Well, I must say, the last time I saw you, you looked pretty good. I probably didn't talk to him, but the last time I saw him was at the junior high school graduation ceremony. He had improved a lot since then, but it was still hard to imagine how lifeless he looked. From the look on your face, I'd say you're doing well over there. Yeah, thanks to you. Are you being sarcastic? Why would I be? Because we didn't work out. The one word was somewhat bitter, but even though Amane took it and swallowed it, the bitterness did not rise up to spit it out. Yes, I know, but I don't blame you for that. And it's just a coincidence that I came back and showed my face. I didn't come all the way here to see you, so I don't want you to worry about it. Really, I don't resent him. I'm not angry with him, and I don't blame him. I am not angry at him, nor do I blame him, but I treat him with an open mind. I can only look at him in bewilderment at the fact that he cares more about me than I do about him. I wish he didn't care so much, because it would be worse for me. I was so relieved to hear that, I began to feel like I was the one who was crazy. I'm not that bothered by it because you're crazy. I'm sure you probably forgot about it until you saw my face, right? It's that simple. Are you kidding me? No. It's objectively a common occurrence, and it's true that it's no big deal to anyone but me. I was just stating a fact. I didn't mean it as an insinuation. Sorry. No, I don't need you to apologize, or I should be the one apologizing. I don't appreciate being apologized to. I don't remember Hanada doing anything to me that would warrant an apology. I didn't do anything. Well, I guess it's because you didn't do anything to me that I didn't reject you. It was a long time ago, so you don't need to worry about it. Perhaps if they had reached out to him halfway, Amane would have rejected him and the friendship would have cracked from there. Because of the distance that was gently created, the connection naturally dissipated. Hanada smiled as if he had lost his mind, as he simply stated the fact lightly, without being self-conscious or hurt. He simply said, I see, it's already past for Fujimiya. I'm not sure what to do. I met Tojo by chance, but it was already past in my mind. I think it's for the best. You're getting tougher in many ways. You too. You haven't changed at all, Tojo said. I went to high school with him, so I know he's still the same. I'm surprised that things haven't changed. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing depends on who you ask. It depends on the person whether it is good or bad to change. Staying the same is one of the right things to do. Amane changed because he wanted to change, and if he didn't need to change, he didn't need to change. Tojo was a person who did not need to change. Hanada cowered as Amane talked about someone close to his past trauma in a casual manner. Really? He doesn't seem to think anything of it. That guy would have been angry. Don't provoke him too much. Why are you assuming that I provoked him? I'm the one who provoked him. The way you're talking, he's probably going to get mad. Oh, well, he didn't seem to like it. But it's just this one time. Is this the last time you're going to see him? I don't have the slightest intention of going all the way out to see him, and it's not like I'm going to have any fun when I do. I hardly ever get a chance to come back here in the first place. What's the fun in going to see an embittered person? I'm not angry or resentful. I'm just saying that I once had a close relationship with this person and now I'm no longer involved. I was not angry or resentful, just that he was someone I had once been close to and had lost touch with, and I had no intention of getting involved. Mom said you don't have to come home for New Year's. I have a life over there, and I'm content over there. I have no reason to come back here except to see my parents. I see. So this might be the last time I talk to Hanada. Just as he did not want to see Tojo, he did not want to take the trouble to meet Hanada either. With Tojo, it was simply because I had completely parted ways with him and he was a person of the past. But with Hanada it was a little different. I could no longer call them good friends, because I had forgotten about their existence until this very moment. To be honest, I will probably go on to higher education and find a job over there. And the most I will come back here is to go back to my hometown. Even if I get involved now, I will probably disappear again naturally. I'm not very good at, and I don't have many connections, So I'd rather cherish the connections I have with the people I love than maintain relationships that could disappear at any moment. Sorry, I don't hate him, but there's a distance to be willingly involved, and the heat of friendship I can have with him probably won't be as great as it used to be. For Amane, he can't feel any emotion that would make him want to continue interacting with him. Maybe it's cold, but Amane is limited in the amount he can cherish, and he doesn't have the luxury of adding more people to his list of loved ones. Despite being cut off, Hanada just smiled bitterly. He said, "Since you left me, it's not your place to apologize. I also suspect there's more to it than that, even if you've prepared a convenient way for us to reconcile now." Kicking a stone at his feet, Hanada drops his gaze from face to face and slowly looks up after a few moments with his lips closed. "We'll just go back to being classmates, isn't that all right?" "Right." I thought to myself that I might be heartless, but I didn't see any hurt feelings from Hanada. I'm rather relieved. I felt guilty, too, and it was probably impossible for us to forget everything and be friends like we used to be. It was probably impossible. I don't want to make you feel guilty either, so I think it's okay. I don't want them to worry about me, and I think it's fine. The other guys probably don't remember much about me, and it would be weird to be friends again with someone I know from my hometown. You're right, but you don't have to go to the trouble of saying it. It would have been better if it had just disappeared naturally, but you're very disciplined, aren't you, Amane? I felt I had to tell you. I thought, after meeting you, before he became close to Tojo, he was the closest person to him, almost a childhood friend in a sense. He was a friend with whom I had a certain amount of interaction because we lived in the same school district. Although the form is different from Tojo's, I thought I should say goodbye once again. Hanada's gaze swam a little as Amane stared straight at him, then sighed with laughter. He then sighed with a laugh. "You really have changed, haven't you? Both in appearance and content. I'm sure you've become a better man. Haven't you? Have you become a better man? I don't know. I just look better now than I did a long time ago." "Yeah, I guess you are." He feels a different sense of fulfillment than when he knew nothing, and he feels happier and more joyful now than in the past when he was surrounded by other people. That is how much the presence of Mahiru occupies a large part of Amane's life. I'm so envious. I still don't have a girlfriend or anything, and I'm still in the same position in high school. I think you can change if you try. When Amane says it, the words are heavy. Hanada must have felt this way because he had shown that he had changed after leaving his hometown. After laughing for a moment, Hanada exhaled deeply and looked at me quietly. "When you come back, at least show Kaname your face." "You didn't ask me to show my face, did you? I told you earlier that I was saying goodbye." "What's so great about seeing a man's face?" "Ha ha ha. Wasn't Kaname disappointed to see you?" "Why would she be disappointed?" "Because she really adored Amane. She was saying that I'm going to marry him." "I'm not interested in a girl 7 years younger than me." "Yeah, I know. I just wanted you to know how hard it was for me to keep my sister's dreams alive." "You're the one who's uncomfortable with me being your brother-in-law." "That's true." I looked toward Hanada's house, thinking it's about time. Mahiru was talking happily with Hanada's sister, though she looked troubled when she smiled at her. When Mahiru suddenly looked up and noticed us, she sent us a look that said, "Are you done?" Amane nodded quietly. "I'll make my girlfriend wait for me." He nodded quietly. "Fujimiya." "Oh." The reason we didn't say to each other, "See you later," is probably because we didn't actively plan to see each other again when we said it. He has made a place for himself here in his hometown, and Amane has made a place for himself in the place where he lives now. I think that is enough for them. They never thought of taking their former friend's hand. They know they don't need each other. I don't see that as cold. It's a necessary goodbye, a sorting out of the relationship. He used to call me by my name, and the fact that he called Amane by his last name is probably a break in the relationship. I don't feel tactless enough to pursue it, so I just pretend not to notice, laugh, and quietly leave. Hanada turns his back on Amane and heads for the house grounds. "Thanks for your hard work." "I'm not tired. Did I worry you, Mahiru?" "I'm not worried. I just don't want him to get hurt." In that case, I didn't even want to talk about it. It's all right. I'm glad we talked. I'm glad you did. We had not originally planned to meet, but I guess it was good that we did. I was able to resolve the lingering feelings I had left behind in my hometown. He always wanted to hold his hand, so I was testing to see if he was still doing so. But it seems I was right. We smiled shyly at each other and started walking down the street as the sun began to set. We walked down the street as the sun began to set a little bit. The first time I saw him, I thought of the scene I had just witnessed. Well, she missed you. I mean, she asked me to tell her a story about Amane-kun. You didn't say anything weird, did you? I didn't say that. The only thing I told her was that he was doing well and making friends. Amane, you used to be a good big brother, didn't you? Are you trying to tell me that my character is different now? No, I'm just saying that you have always been a good caretaker. I'm not saying that I'm not good. I don't know. Amane is not as good-natured as Mahiru would have believed. But, nevertheless, Mahiru said with a knowing look, you're kind of sweet, Amane-kun, aren't you? I rubbed my hand to lodge a complaint, and she narrowed her eyes ticklishly, but he doesn't seem to correct her, so Amane plays with her hand with a blank expression on his face and uses his hand to express his dissatisfaction. Mahiru didn't seem to hold back, so she felt she didn't get the message. I sighed, knowing that my opinion would not change even if I continued to touch her. I changed the way I held them, and when I re-gripped them so that our fingers were intertwined, Mahiru gently leaned in closer to me, smiling. The distance between us was only possible because I had put away my parasol. The fact that she is so close to me may be due to the fact that I am bathed in the waning sun. In the past few days, you have faced many events from the past, haven't you? As I walked slowly and quietly looking at the scenery, I heard a small murmur that reached my ears. I was so impressed by the way she said it, the factors that shaped me into the person I am today, and then the people close to my childhood friends who have become distant from me. The most important thing to remember is that you can't just leave it at home, you have to re-evaluate your relationship with it. You don't regret coming back, do you? I think it was necessary for me to take a real step forward. The fact that he had parted ways with Tojo in a new and proper way, and that he had properly disassociated himself from the person he had once been close to. She could now see that it was necessary for Amane to live out his days over there without any worries. I'm glad I felt refreshed and that I could move forward again after this trip home. Amane, you are looking ahead. I'm glad I came back because I realized that it's not good to drag things out forever and that they can't be a weight on me anymore. I'm glad I came back. I evaluated my own mindset and felt somewhat embarrassed, saying to myself that I must really be getting stronger, but I pushed it away and looked at Mahiru, who was quietly looking at Amane. She was looking at me as if she was thinking about something else through me. I'm glad you got over everything, Amane-kun. The first thing that comes to my mind when I see her whispering this is that she is probably serious about it, and I know that she is not lying about her feelings, but I also noticed that there is a hint of bitterness in her voice. Truly, I, like Amane-kun, have to face it properly. She hears a small voice say that don't tell anyone about Amane's confusion. Amane couldn't say anything casually to the words of anguish that were dropped by a slightly swaying voice, and he just held her hand again, which began to tremble. You're really leaving, aren't you? Shihoko muttered to herself without hiding her dismay by the pillar in front of the ticket gate that she had used as her first rendezvous on her way home. Next to her was Shuto, who was quieting Shihoko and seemed lonely, by saying, "Oh well. The originally planned period of stay has passed, and I can't leave the house unoccupied all the time. So I'm going to go back there. I had already decided to return to my current home." The first thing that Shihoko looks at when she is leaving home is, of course, Mahiru. She seems to be regretting leaving her lovely daughter. I'm sorry, I have things to do at home and I'm on a schedule. You don't have to worry about what my mother says. If you listen to her, you'll lose the day. You're a cold son to your mother. I'll take that back to you, mother. You put your pretty daughter before your own son. Oh no. Of course not. Of course she'd rather keep her pretty, good-looking daughter who never knows when she'll be back than her son who can come home anytime. Amane was too tired to argue with her, and he was no longer willing to go into it. He was not sure what he wanted to say, but he was mentally fatigued by it. Mahiru's smile was troubled, but she was still smiling, perhaps with a hint of happiness. "I'd be happy to come by again, if you'd like. Or just come on over." Let her finish. "Would have been fine, Mahiru." "Yes, sir." This time, Shihoko looked at me with a smirk as I patted Mahiru, who was smiling with pure joy, but I pretended not to know. "I see. I'm glad you like us too, Shiina-san." "To be honest, I was wondering what I could do if you were too reserved." "I think my mother was pushing you so hard that you didn't have time to be reserved, and I think she has helped you get used to the place." "You're right. Shihoko-san is pushy, for better or worse. I hope you two aren't putting me down too easily. I think that's one of the good and attractive things about Shihoko-san." "Oh." The sultry look changed and Shihoko smiled happily, and Amane also chuckled. Then she looked at the clock on the wall of the building. "Yes, it's almost time to go. I want to get to my seat early, so I have to say goodbye, even though I am sad to say goodbye." The parents seemed to understand this, and Shihoko, with a regretful look in her eyes, holds Mahiru's hand and shakes it, saying, "Mahiru, come again, won't you?" Shuto looks at Shihoko with a gentle look and then looks at Mahiru again. "Thank you for coming this time, Mrs. Shiina. It was fun to be lively." "Thank you very much, Fufu." "If you quarrel with Amane, say I'm going home. And run away here. Do you think I will hurt Mahiru?" "If you look at Shuto, saying that it's rude, you'll get a smirking smile." "Because there will be misunderstanding, and there are times when you want to be alone or rely on adults, and if anything happens, come here anytime. We are always welcome." "I will do it." Yes, the caramel-colored eyes blinks for a moment when she says she can come anytime, but the next moment she is filled with a happy color. Mahiru with a happy smile from the bottom of her heart. Amane's eyes became a little hot. "Did you teach me the happiness of my family, Mahiru?" She said she rarely spent time with her family, and I only wish I could continue to show her various happinesses and let her experience them. Amane smiled at Mahiru, who lowered her eyebrows and smiled at him, and he smiled gently and squeezed her hand tightly. Chapter 6. The Angel and the Suspicious Bag. The first thing I did the next day after returning home was to clean up. I was too tired to do it on the day I returned home, but after being away from home for less than 2 weeks, the rooms were dusty. Although it was only a small amount, I wanted to keep it as clean as possible since I would be spending time at home with Mahiru. So, using Mahiru cleaning skills, Amane was cleaning the room. By the way, it seems that Mahiru does the cleaning at home, so Amane is all alone. Although cleaning is not his forte, he has no problem keeping up with it thanks to Mahiru. According to Mahiru, if you clean your house properly and often, you don't need to put in much effort. If you put it off, it takes up a lot of time and effort unnecessarily. As she taught me, I only need to do light cleaning on a regular basis to keep the place clean. Again, it didn't take long because the dust was only raining down on the furniture a little. After quickly wiping off the dust that made up the furniture and vacuuming, and while he was at it, he finished wiping the windows as well. Amane looked up at the clock. It was already past 1500 hours. The sale at the supermarket he usually goes to usually starts at 1600 hours, so he better head there soon. I think to myself, I'm getting a little too formal for my own good. The reason I went to the supermarket was because I emptied the refrigerator before leaving home, so I didn't have any ingredients for today's dinner. I could have eaten breakfast and lunch with cup noodles and cold food, but not for dinner. Amane is in charge of shopping, but we split the cost of the ingredients. Since the two of us are sharing the cost of the food, it is not surprising that we are trying to keep the cost as low as possible. I smiled at the change in myself and went to my room to change out of my dirty clothes. I went to my room to get a change of clothes. While walking to the supermarket, thinking, a person with familiar light pigmented hair passed by Amane. He couldn't help but look back, but of course he could only see the back of the person. It wasn't as long as Mahiru's hair, and it was a different gender to begin with, but that natural light color, not a dyed color, was unusual. I went into the supermarket where I arrived and threw the ingredients for today's dinner into the basket, thinking, unusual things do happen. As I was throwing the ingredients for today's dinner into my basket, I heard a familiar voice behind me. "It's so unusual to see you here." 95. A young man who became friends with the cavalry through Yuta carries a basket on his arm. Just like Amane, he was shopping like a high school boy. "Fujimiya, is your house close to here?" "Oh, I thought Kokono was not in this area." "I'm just here to go shopping because I'm staying at a friend's house." "Fujimiya is going to buy the rice?" As you can see, the basket in Amane's hand contains raw chicken, radish, milk, tofu, and other items that would not be mistakenly recognized as snacks. "I remember that Fujimiya lives alone." "That's great." "Well, there's nothing great about it because Mahiru is the one who cooks the meal." "Oh, by the way, did I mention that you have a great life?" "I'm sure you're right." "I appreciate Mahiru. Without her, Amane's diet would be in shambles. Thanks to Mahiru, he is now able to do most of the housework. If she were to leave, Amane's current life would be impossible." With a small chuckle, Makoto mutters, "Thank goodness for Mahiru." "I'm sure so." "Yes, and so is Mahiru. You can say that with confidence." "I'm aware that I'm loved. Before we started dating, I wasn't so sure about her fondness for me, but now I'm not. I am aware that Mahiru cares and likes me, and I know that she wants me to be by her side." I was not self-conscious or anything, but genuinely aware that it was a fact. The fact that he is now able to do so may be evidence of his growing self-confidence. It is also the fact that Mahiru has been so generous with her love. Makoto smiled in place of Amane, who had been smiling at him earlier, as Amane answered simply and without hesitation. "Well, I think it's a good thing that you've gained confidence. It's better than that time when you were hesitant about your love for each other." "You're being harsh. I mean, I could see that you liked her." "I don't really care, but as long as you guys are happy, that's all that matters." I'm sure Yuta was satisfied too, and I think we've come full circle. "What? No, it's nothing. I'll go to the cash register." He wondered why Kadoaki was mentioned, but Makoto quickly turned his back on him and left before he could pursue the matter. As I walked back to the apartment, I saw a man I had passed on the way there looking up at the apartment. I didn't think he was going to the apartment where I live, and I didn't expect him to be outside after all that time, so I just stopped and looked at the man. After all, he had a familiar hair color. I couldn't tell because I only saw the back of his head, but he was not a large man. Rather, he was quite slender, and his height was probably a little shorter than Amane. He was looking up at the apartment building with his head turned up. Although I could not see his expression from here, I could tell that he was looking up at the apartment. Even though I was concerned about him, I couldn't talk to the stranger and had no choice but to pass by. If I turned round suddenly after passing by, it would look suspicious, and I would not be able to see the man's face. However, he was still a little curious, so Amane checked the supermarket bag in his hand and resumed walking. As he passes next to him, he apologetically grazes him with the supermarket loot in his hand and deliberately takes it down. The contents of the bag were snacks and emergency rations, which I had separated separately, so even if I dropped it, it wouldn't cause any trouble for Mahiru. The fact that he dropped the item after bumping into him drew his attention to me. Amane picked up the supermarket bag he had dropped, brushed off the dirt, and looked at him. In a way, I had expected this, but I still felt a certain emotion. The man, who had a very neat and well-defined face, lowered his eyebrows apologetically and looked at him. Even his clear brown eyes conveyed a sense of guilt. I felt rather guilty because I was the one who aimed to bump into him. "I'm sorry. I was careless." "No, I'm sorry for standing in your way." The apology was made in a soft low tone that was both calm and gentle, and once again Amane bowed his head and said, "No, it was my fault." I was able to confirm what I wanted to confirm. I can't be sure, but it's probably who Amane expected. Amane walked past him as if nothing had happened. He has no idea who this person is, and there is almost no reason for him to suspect anything. I felt strangely nervous even though the incident lasted only a few dozen seconds, probably because it involved the woman I love. He exhaled, and just as he came to the entrance of the apartment building, the woman he loved appeared in front of him. "Welcome back, Amane-kun." I was not expecting her to come down to the entrance, or rather, to pick me up, and I was so dismayed that Mahiru looked at me curiously. "What's with that face?" "No, nothing. You sent me a message earlier saying you'd be home soon. I know you had a lot of stuff I asked for, and I thought I'd help you out." "I see." She was genuinely trying to split my luggage and carry it for me. Even though his heart was straining at the time of confirming the man's identity earlier, it was beating even faster now that Mahiru had come out. He was supposed to have been about 10 meters in front of me, but he had disappeared. He didn't come to see Mahiru, nor did he come back from seeing her. The latter is unlikely, but if he had come to see her, he would have seen her and approached her. There is no reason for him to leave. Then, what did he come all the way here for? Did he come all the way to the front of the apartment where Mahiru lives and follow the area around the floor where Mahiru lives with his eyes? What's wrong? "No, it's nothing." With a small sigh of relief, Amane handed the bag containing the snack to Mahiru, who was looking like she wanted to carry his luggage, and got on the elevator with Mahiru. On the evening of the event, Amane was wondering whether he should talk about the man he had met today, while looking at Mahiru sitting next to him. Perhaps, though, he was her father. Her mother had a strong egoistic hair and a sharp face that did not resemble Mahiru's so much that I doubted a mother-son relationship, but the man I met today looked enough like Mahiru's father for me to recognize him even at a glance. He had an eye-catching, handsome, soft face, hair color, eye color, and the appearance of a man who would have grown older after becoming a man. It was impossible to dismiss the match as a stranger, but I'm not sure if I should tell this to Mahiru. I know she doesn't think well of her parents, and I know she tends to avoid such topics. If possible, I would like to pretend that nothing happened. That said, if he comes back in the future and she encounters him again, she will be shocked. I think it would be better to prepare Mahiru in advance before that happens. "Is there something wrong? You've been staring at me for a while now." As I was wondering what to do since it would shock Mahiru's mind either way, she seemed to have felt my gaze and looked at me in a very curious way. "What is it? Something you're hiding?" "I don't know what to say." "If you want to say it, say it." "If you don't want to tell me, I won't listen to it. But if you want to tell me, I'll listen to whatever you want." "I met a guy when I was out shopping. You know, just now. I mean, Fufu, is that so?" Amane stares into Mahiru's eyes as she nods her head, seemingly not understanding what he is talking about. The eyes are the same color as those of the man she met today. He was standing in front of our condo. He was staring at the condo in front of ours, with eyes exactly like Mahiru's. Mahiru, who had the curious expression on her face, froze. The person had the same eye color and hair color as Mahiru. He had the same eye color and hair color as Mahiru, and his face was similar to Mahiru's. When I fearfully asked her if he was not her father by implication, Mahiru was shocked. The first time I saw him, he looked rather puzzled. "Ha, ha, you mean there was someone like my father?" "Maybe, but," I said maybe, "but I am almost certain that that man is Mahiru's father. The face and atmosphere are quite similar to that of Mahiru. It is impossible that they are not related." Mahiru blinked at Amane's words and then narrowed her eyes, perhaps with a sense of dismay. "I think you've got the wrong guy." "Huh." The answer was so simple that it was Amane's turn to be puzzled. "My father has never shown any interest in me. He hasn't shown me much since I can remember. I think he's so preoccupied with his work that he barely thinks about me. Even now, I rarely contact him, and if I do, it's only for work-related matters a few times a year." Her eyes gradually turn cold from dismay as she speaks in a matter-of-fact voice. "That has never happened to me before." Seeing the look on Mahiru's face, Amane shakes Mahiru's hand. "And what is he going to say to me now?" What would be the purpose of a father who has left his daughter alone for more than 10 years to work, to come all the way to see her? I don't understand why he would come to see me, and I don't think there is any meaning I can understand. Mahiru. Even if they were to look at me now, I don't recognize them as my parents. They are just people who are related to me by blood, not the parents who raised me. The only parent who raised me is Koki-san. The spikes in her voice were hurting Mahiru more than anyone else. It wasn't a kind of stubbornness, but it gave the impression that she was strangling herself. As evidence of this, even though her facial expression is devoid of emotion, she seems to be in some pain. Even though she was supposed to be expressionless, I felt as if she had been wounded. Wrapped up in Amane, Mahiru slowly raises her head and looks at him. What is it? I was just missing human skin. Who? You. Okay. After a small murmur, Mahiru rested her body against Amane and gently let out an exhale. I'm not mad at you. I see. I have a new home. Yeah, right. So, I'm fine. So, what should I do if I see him? He asked while gently patting her head with his palm as she leaned against Amane's chest. The expression on her face does not show shock or pain, so I reassured her and stared back at her. I'm not sure if it's a matter of, I don't care. I think Amane-kun can do as he pleases. Is there anything you want to do about it? I don't. I would like you to at least report to me that you met him. I see. I'm not going to get involved with Mahiru. Am I? Yes. If he has something to say to me, he could have made an appointment and come to me directly or emailed me, but it seems odd that he is hiding and watching me. If he doesn't contact me, I won't take action. I will leave it alone as long as he doesn't take any action that will disrupt my life. It seems that Mahiru is concerned about the presence of someone who seems to be her father, but she doesn't seem to want to go out of her way to make contact with him. I think Amane would have done the same thing if he were in Mahiru's situation. He decided to ignore the fact that he is almost certainly the father and makes it clear once again that the feud between Mahiru and her parents is deep. He then put his hands behind her knees and on her back, and laid them on his thighs. He smiles at her surprised expression and presses his lips to her forehead as if to quiet her down, but she immediately turns red and buries her face in his chest again to hide. The first time, she was a little more vigorous and pressed her forehead against his as if she was head-butting him. Well, you know, I'm not Mahiru, and I can't really meddle too much in other people's situation, but I think it's best if Mahiru does what you want to do, and I'll support whatever Mahiru decides to do. Amane is just a stranger. Of course, from Amane's point of view, the word for now is attached. So, I can't get too deeply into her family situation, as long as she does not want me to. All I can do is gently support her by her side. But I have decided to stay by her side, and no matter what happens in her family, I want to stay with her. If she wanted to run away from home, Amane was ready to make it happen. He stroked her hair once as she nodded a small yes to Amane's words. If it comes to it, I'll kidnap you, don't worry. The first time I saw him, I thought it was a good thing that he was so young, he said. It had been a few days since he had met the man who seemed to be Mahiru's father. In case I was out and about, I was careful to make sure he was out of sight. But despite my concerns, he has not even flashed a shadow to Amane and the others so far. Perhaps he came to see Mahiru or to check up on her, and in the end he hesitated to meet her. Otherwise, he would have come to talk to us. I asked her about it, but she said he never contacted her or met her, so he may not have any intention to meet with her now. I'm not really sure. The action itself of coming to see her is understandable, but if we don't know his motive, it leaves a lump that is indescribably puzzling. However, we can't take any action unless the other party makes contact with us. What's going on? I'm a little worried, he muttered to himself as he looked at his summer vacation homework, which he had brought with him to Amane's house. He muttered, it's rare for Amane to be so bothered as to say it out loud. Which one? Let's hear it from your brother. I'm not sure what you're talking about. What do you have to say about that? Look, look, look. Apparently, he was tired of doing the prep work. He tossed his pencil on the desk, turned his body toward me, and pounded his chest. He seems to be trying to say, leave it to me. What's going on? I can't tell him about Mahiru's family situation. I don't care how good of a friend we are. I shouldn't tell him about the things that Mahiru has decided to keep secret. If it were Amane's secret, he might have confided it to him. But it is hers and not his. It is not likely that he would be able to take the step of telling it to him without concealment. That said, there is no answer to be found by worrying alone. Amane closed his lips for a moment, then opened his mouth, choosing words in his brain. What do you think when someone who has been refusing to get involved with you suddenly tries to contact you? Is this about Amane? No comment. Well, okay. Itsuki's eyes seemed to subtly detect Amane's comment, but he didn't pursue it too deeply. It depends. Without any contact or anything like that? No. The person you're talking to isn't stalking you, is he? I don't think so, since he sneaks into the apartment and disappears without a sound as soon as Mahiru appears. He may not be a stalker, but he may be suspicious. I'm curious about that though. Yeah, I'm sure you're wondering about the other guy. I don't know what the interactions are like, but if it's possible, maybe he has something important he needs to tell you verbally, or they've had a change of heart that makes you want to get involved in some way. Change of heart. If they've been cutting me off and now they're coming to me, is that the only way? But we still don't know why. Amane doesn't know anything about her father's personality or environment, so he doesn't have a clue even if he tried to imagine it. If there is a clue, it would be that there is something wrong with his state of mind or his environment. That is the only reason why he can't imagine why he would come to see Mahiru now. Well, I don't know much about it, so I can't say anything about it. If it was me, I'd be concerned and call him. I don't like the idea of leaving an itch unattended. That's just like you. Well, Amane is passive, so why don't you just wait until he contacts you? The most important thing to remember is that the best way to get the most out of your phone is to make sure that you have a good connection with your phone. If you can give up on contact, you can just email or call in the first place. When he said, if you don't know what's going on, you just have to wait, Amane concluded that he could not find a solution to the problem at the moment, so he would have to take a wait-and-see attitude. In the first place, since Mahiru is the one being contacted, there is nothing Amane can do about it, which is significant. When Amane sighed and said, I guess I have no choice but to do that, Itsuki drew an arc on his lips in amusement. Well, go for the one you love, young man. Nah, you're more straightforward than you think, aren't you? You can say it if it's about you. The only person you have to worry about that much is Shiina-san. Shut up. I have no right to meddle in other people's affairs, so I'll leave it at that. But good luck with your lovely girlfriend. Chapter 7, Angels and Summer Festivals. Did you know there's a summer festival today? Chitters suddenly came to visit me before noon and said such a thing. I know, but... Oh, were you planning to go with Mahiru? I invited Itsuki to go with me. We were planning to go together, or rather, I was planning to invite Mahiru. I knew that she didn't have any plans today, so I was going to take her as a surprise. I had properly asked Shihoko to send me a yukata, and I had also reviewed how to dress myself beforehand so that we could go out together. When she came back after pouring tea, she looked at me with a blank expression and said, "What?" I told her that I had checked out the summer festival because Chitters had asked me to go. I looked up Chitters, and her eyes flashed repeatedly. Did I intrude on you? I'm not sure if it's a good idea to go alone, but if it's a good opportunity, I think it's better to go together while you can. This means that there is not a lot of time to play around and not much time to think about anything. In the third year, students will naturally start studying at home, and will have to attend preparatory schools, cram schools, and private tutors, so the opportunities to get together will decrease. There is no reason to spend time alone with Mahiru, but it would be very difficult to coordinate everyone's schedules. I'd like to know what you think of. What do you think, Mahiru? I'd be happy if we could all go together. Well, Chitters-san should let me know if you're going to visit before then. I'm sorry. I thought I made an effort. It was 10 minutes before you arrived, though. Mahiru, who was serving Chitters a cup of cold barley tea, sneakily reveals with a wry smile. She had visited her friend's house before, but she did not think that Chitters would do the same. She probably came because she was convinced that he was home, but he would have liked her to tell him a little earlier. Sighing at Chitters, who was sipping a cup of cold barley tea, I glanced at Mahiru. Mahiru seems to have no objection to going to the festival. As for Amane, he would like to take Mahiru to the festival as a distraction from the fact that she has been a bit low lately, perhaps due to her father's recent events. He wanted to take her there to distract her from her father, who might come in contact with her again, even if only for a moment. I'm glad we agreed to go. But what are you going to do now, Mahiru? Shall I put on my yukata? What? No. I'm afraid I don't have a yukata with me. No, I mean, I have a yukata at home. One made to fit Mahiru. Why? I asked my mother for it. When Shihoko's presence is indicated, she is immediately convinced. Oh, so I guess she recognizes that Shihoko has a lot of clothes that fit her perfectly for some reason. It is not funny that she is not wrong. I can't say too much about it this time because Amane asked for it, but I really want to ask him why he owns so many clothes for young women. Even though he is working in the fashion industry, he is obviously preparing these clothes for Mahiru. I was so excited to see her in a yukata. I want to see it. You're not going to wear one? No. Yukata is cute, but it's hard to move around in, and I don't think I can eat a full meal with the obi and all. Isn't that just you being greedy? That's rude. Chitters does not like to dress too tight and is the type of person who eats and moves a lot, so she does not seem to want to wear clothes that require a ladylike appearance, such as a yukata. In the first place, such clothes are hard to move in, so they must be tight for the active Chitters. What about Itsuki? We're supposed to meet up with him there. I'm sure you've already decided that before you asked us to go. It's like you assumed we'd be there from the beginning. Well, if you two have free time in your schedule, I'm sure you won't refuse. You should be more concerned about our availability. Sorry. I narrowed my eyes at Chitters, who didn't seem to be sorry, but I guess it can't be helped. Well, he had said in his message that he had no business with Itsuki for a few days, so I guess she had decided to ask him out from there. I wanted her to make an appointment, but I think it is important for Mahiru to have a change of mood, so I was grateful for Chitters's invitation this time. So, what are you going to do about Mahiru? Do you want to wear a yukata? I was very interested in the yukata. I'm the only one in a yukata. Isn't that conspicuous? I'm going to wear one too, but oh, you are? I thought I'd wear it to make it more memorable. Amane in his yukata, it may create an atmosphere, but I don't think it is something to be admired. However, Mahiru glanced at me as if she wanted to see it. I was going to wear a yukata, Japanese summer kimono, because that is what my lovely girlfriend wanted. If I am going to stand next to Mahiru, it will look better if I wear a yukata. Well, if you want to see it, I'll be happy to wear it. I want to see it. That's an immediate answer. I want to see it. Okay, but don't expect too much. Mine is just a regular yukata. It was a plain navy blue with an Azuki-colored obi, a simple, understated color, so it didn't stand out or look particularly attractive. Nevertheless, Mahiru gave him an expectant look, and Amane chuckled and patted Mahiru on the head, saying, "Well, I'll wear it so that it fits you as well as possible." An hour and a half before the festival began, Amane and Mahiru began to prepare. Mahiru returned home with the yukata in hand, accompanied by Chitters, while Amane moved on to dressing the yukata on his own. The yukata also requires knowledge of how to dress, but I am not worried about Mahiru. She can wear a kimono, so she should be able to put on a yukata without any trouble. The problem is with Amane, who has been trained by Shihoko but has never practiced it, so he is worried about whether he is doing it well or not. After he finished, he checked in the mirror and found that it was in good shape and not out of place. The yukata is a simple plain navy blue with an Azuki-colored obi. As Amane doesn't like things with too many patterns, he was grateful for this choice. The fact that he is taller than average gives him an air of being taller than the others. Since he has a gloomy face, for better or for worse, the atmosphere is calm and collected, and he would probably be classified as a good fit. Whether or not he would look good next to Mahiru is a matter of human judgment. I am concerned about how other people look at me and what they think of me, but in the end it comes down to what I think of myself and what Mahiru thinks of me. I finished dressing and setting my hair first, and sat down on the sofa to relax and wait. I know that it takes time for women to get dressed up, and I'm prepared with plenty of time to spare, so there's no problem at all. It will take longer to change into a yukata than usual, and since the hair will be tied up in a yukata, it will probably take 30% more time than usual to set it up. And since they also do their makeup, Amane honestly respected the fact that women are so amazing. Of course Mahiru is cute even without doing anything, but girls shine even more when they get dressed up. It's amazing, isn't it? As I was relaxing, smiling and feeling indescribably happy at her teasing efforts to look pretty for her boyfriend, I heard the sound of the front door being unlocked, as if she had finished preparing for the festival. I was looking forward to seeing her dress up, so I waited for her to approach without turning my head, when a small voice called out to me, "Amane-kun," and tapped me on the shoulder. Then he finally turned around and loosened his mouth. She looked back at him and relaxed her mouth. "It looks good on you. Is it really that easy to judge?" "Yes, it is. I can tell just by looking at it. Shihoko's assessment is very good," I realize once again, perhaps in consideration of the fact that she and Amane will be standing next to each other. Mahiru's yukata is white with hydrangea, which gives a calm but bright impression. The hydrangea in shades of navy blue and wisteria create a mature and neat impression. Although it is a little too late for the season, it is still very suitable for the occasion. The obi is a brighter purple color, which makes the simple design of the yukata stand out. The obi clasp was decorated with dragonfly beads, creating a cool atmosphere. Amane gazes firmly at Mahiru, who seems to embody a neat and tidy atmosphere, and smiles. She's always pretty, but today she's mature in her neatness. I said she is cute, and she certainly is, but I think she's more on the beautiful side. Yes, it suits you. I see. The silver chain swaying every time she moves. The hairpin was decorated with dark blue natural stones plus dragonfly beads with the same design as the obi, which somehow resembled the yukata worn by Amane. Mahirun, that's just me. I know it and I'm familiar with it. Is she blaming me for this? I'm complimenting you, but I'm blaming you, too? What's that? Chitaz only laughed, and Mahiru was too embarrassed to ask what it meant. However, it is probably not a bad thing, as Mahiru seems to be not too upset about the situation. "Oh, Amane-kun, you look good too." "Really? Thank you. If you say so. I'm glad. I thought I was doing reasonably well, but it was great to have Mahiru's assurance, the actuality that she is a little bit favoritism. But it's still nice to be praised." I thought I took it in stride, but for some reason, Mahiru's eyes were filled with a slightly sulky color. I was like, did I do something wrong? "Hey, Chitaz-san." The way Mahiru was wincing at the commentary really showed that Chitaz's words were the truth. It seems that she wanted Amane to be embarrassed as well, but this is not enough to make him embarrassed. Chitaz also smiled happily at Mahiru, who was upset in an easy-to-understand way, and said, "You're so cute, you're so cute. Should I admire the vividness of her strange touch that does not disturb her hair, clothes, or makeup, or should I insist that I am the only one who is allowed to love her?" Amane easily forgave her, saying that it was okay to watch them play together because she was so cute. "Oh, yukata." When I headed to the station closest to the festival site, I found that Itsuki was waiting for me early. Apparently, he had not expected to see them in yukata, and he rolled his eyes in admiration when he saw Amane and the others. "It's been a few days. My mum sent me both yukatas. Shihoko-san's observation is amazing. They look good on you. Mom has such great taste in this kind of thing." The yukata was designed to be worn together, as if the two of them were one, so I was impressed. I decided to send a photo of Mahiru in her yukata later as a thank you, and looked at Itsuki again. He is dressed in his normal, casual clothes, but he is so handsome that it is sinful for him to wear denim and a shirt just to look good. He would have looked great in a yukata, but I know he doesn't want to wear one, so I forbid him to say anything. Yes, it's a real treat to see a beautiful woman in a yukata. Wait a minute, I'm one? You're always cute. You laughed in your belly when I was packing. She is so cute and adorable. You're laughing at me. Itsuki was smiling and shaking his shoulders when he was slapped a little harder, and Mahiru was laughing too. I remember thinking that it was not funny or amusing, but rather that it must be very hard to maintain one's beauty, and I was impressed. I almost fell prey to the face mask until that time, so I refused. I stroked her cheek with the back of my finger so as not to remove her makeup, and she laughed ticklishly. I thought again that my girlfriend was really beautiful, because that alone took the breath away from the people around me who were looking at us. I guess we stand out because she's pretty. No, it stands out when the two of you are standing side by side. Well, not many people wear yukata nowadays even though it's a summer festival, so they will inevitably stand out. No, well, yes, but it's not that. Well, it's okay. Both Chiters and Itsuki are smiling at her, but she is still snuggled up to Amane. We can't lose either, can we? Ha ha ha, come closer. He looked down at Mahiru, who was looking up at him with a wry smile, as if they were competing with each other in a flirtatious manner. As he looks up at Mahiru, his eyes full of trust, Amane responds by grasping the small palm that was by his side. Then, should we get going? I don't have much choice but to stand there. The festival is about to start, right? Let's eat. Chitters, who was more interested in eating than being sexy. Itsuki laughed at Chitters as he held up her hand and turned her body toward the festival site and started walking. The two of them walked towards the festival site. Amane also looked into Mahiru's eyes and laughed once, then firmly held Mahiru's hand and followed behind them. The festival hall where the four of them came was already crowded. The district is usually a sparsely populated area, but today it was filled with many people, as if that impression had been overturned. The fact that there had been no other festivals in the area for the past week or two was probably one of the reasons for the popularity of the event. At a glance, there were not many people dressed in yukata, and it would be very conspicuous if one were to walk around in a yukata. The reason for the conspicuousness is largely due to the beauty of Mahiru. There's a lot of people here. Yeah, that's right. We'd better not get separated from the others. Mahiru, you have to keep your eyes on the road, okay? I won't leave you. I'm not sure I can help but run if there is such a cute girl. I look at the food stalls lined up at the festival site and the paths, while giving a "you're going to hold my hand too, anyway" look to Itsuki that is making such a deliberate and cheerful noise. He looked at the food stalls lining the festival grounds and the streets. Something to eat? I've never been to a place like this before, so I don't know much about it. I see. Let's just eat something safe for now. I laugh to cheer her up, feeling a little damp remembering that she almost never goes out as a family, and she smiles a little. I smile at her, and she smiles a little. I'm sure it would be bulky if I bought it right from the start, and it would get damp if I left it alone. Chitters eats rather well, so there seems to be no problem as long as it goes down quickly. However, I can't help but feel that it would be better to prepare your stomach before you eat the sweet stuff in the first place. I'd like to know what kind of foods are available at. I'm not sure if it's yakisoba, takoyaki, squid roast, or frankfurters for rice. The most common types of food that you can eat are the ones that I just mentioned. Can't we decide while walking around? I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. It's part of the festival experience. You can decide what you want to eat afterwards, but it is also nice to walk around, find something that looks good, and buy it. It may be more enjoyable as a festival. As we wandered around the food stalls and ate and drank as we pleased, we came across a shooting gallery, a familiar sight at a fair. As Amane had an image of a shooting range as a typical fair stall, he wanted to play with it, but if Mahiru was not interested, he thought he would pass it by. The first time I saw the two of them together, I thought it would be a good idea to have them play together. What's that, Amane? Target shooting. The actual cork gun is a game in which you aim at the prize and drop it to get it. Want to try? Thinking that everything is an experience, I took out my wallet and shook it, and Mahiru was slightly puzzled, but her curiosity got the better of her and she gave a small nod. He handed the money to the shopkeeper and received a cork gun and 5 bullets, which he put on the gun so that Mahiru could shoot it. The reason why he is able to do it by himself without the shopkeeper's help is because his parents have taken him to many festivals. Look, it's done. Which one do you want? I think it's cute. The one that Mahiru pointed to was a hairpin in a plastic case with a hydrangea-shaped ornament. The only thing is, as a person who has experience in target practice, such things are often adjusted so that they are rather hard to drop. So it is not recommended for first-timers to aim at them. But since I want to respect the free will of Mahiru, I decided not to say that and let Mahiru's skill take care of itself while teaching her how to shoot and her stance. As I watched, quietly thinking that the sight of a beautiful girl holding a gun, even if it is almost like a toy, is quite a nice thing to see, Mahiru held up the gun with a very serious expression and pulled the trigger. The gun is a very serious-looking gun, and she pulls the trigger. It's hard to tell. The angle must be adjusted according to the power of the gun and the rate of fire, and the shot must not be blurred. In the first place, each gun has its own habit, and if you don't know what it is, you may not even be able to snatch the prize. I smiled as I recalled the skills and knowledge that my parents had imparted to me in vain. She was so enthusiastic that she was shooting the gun as Amane had taught her. I'm going to hit it this time. Mahiru was dejected when the owner handed her more stick snacks as a participation prize. I missed it. He said it's your first time, so it can't be helped. Yes, everyone does it for the first time. I'm sure Amane will make up for it. I want to see how cool he is. You're saying that's so easy because it's someone else's problem. I want that one. I'm sure I'll have to try my best when you say so. I'm not sure how to do this, he said with a wry smile. I can't miss this one. I held the gun and pulled the trigger, not being overawed by the feeling of the gun, wondering if it would work. The cork bullet was released with a smooth motion and flew straight toward the hairpin case, grazing the edge. The case shook slightly, but did not fall over. It was a close call. No, it's okay. I was just trying to get a feel for it and to see how the gun itself was doing. It was not with the intention of defeating it from the first shot. The actuality is, it was a test shot, and in fact, it was only a light graze. However, from the sensations of touching, shooting, and hitting the prize, I had a feeling that the gun in this store would be safe. Some guns can't be dropped depending on the thing, so I don't think this one would be a problem. As long as you have good aim and hit the right spot, you should be able to drop most of them. Relieved that my instincts have not dulled, I reload again and aim at the toy I'm aiming at. I'll try to hit the jackpot for Mahiru, the biggest toy in the store, or whatever, but what she wants is a hairpin, so I aim for that. I miss it so much. I pulled the trigger quietly, remembering how I used to be taken to the fairs when I was in elementary and junior high school, and this time I hit it slightly up from the middle of the case. I was not sure if I would be able to drop it even if I hit it right in the middle, but I concentrated on shaking its center of gravity and was careful how to make it lose its balance, which shook the case and made it fall down. I heard a slight groan from the surrounding customers who seemed to be watching. I thought to myself, if I had missed this, it would have been a big embarrassment, and I put the leftover bullet into a light snack and collected the prize, only to find the store owner smiling, but with a subtle twitch on his face. If I take too many prizes, I'll be obstructing the business. Remembering Shihoko, who was once almost banned from the store for taking too many prizes, I cowered my shoulders and accepted the prizes I had won. Are you sure this is okay? I turned round and held up the case of hairpins I had won, and Mahiru nodded shyly. Oh, thank you. I didn't think you'd actually drop it. I wonder why he would take it so casually. I'm good at this kind of thing. Wow, he's so handsome. Disgusting. Why the hell not? It was Amane who experienced the unreasonableness of the situation when he actually took it after being urged to do so by cheaters. He was so frustrated that he actually took it. Well, "I guess Amane is good at this kind of thing," she said. She was also very good at educating people in useless things like this. She told me that my life would be enriched. "I'm sure you'll be able to get what you want thanks to that." "That's true. I am grateful to my parents because it is true that I got what I wanted for Mahiru." I laugh and take out the hairpin from the case and pin Mahiru's bangs lightly with the hairpin, thinking that I am getting good enough to claim it as a special skill. It just so happens that the yukata and the design are similar, so there is a sense of unity, and the atmosphere matches well. The hairpin was a similar design to that of the yukata, and it matched the atmosphere of the yukata well. "It suits you well." I smiled as I looked into her face, which was very well suited to her, and she whispered, "Thank you," with rosy cheeks. Mahiru is in a good mood. Wearing the hairpin that Amane had won, Mahiru seemed to be in a very good mood. She was flying the flowers so well that Chitters was compelled to point them out. She is not only flying flowers but also the sweet smiles around her, and if she is not very good at it, she might even fly arrows and shoot the hearts of men who pass by her, which is terrifying. She is an angel herself as she captivates the men around her, but her smile has a magical quality to it. Even Itsuki seemed to have never seen Mahiru in such a good mood before, flinching and showing some embarrassment. Even Amane, who is supposed to have a certain level of tolerance for this kind of behavior, could not contain his excitement. "Hey, Amane. We have to stop this." "I think so. It's cute, but the victim will be in big trouble." "I'm glad you're happy, but you shouldn't show that kind of face to people. A bad guy might take you away. Besides, I don't like it if you don't show me that cute face when we're alone. I want it to be mine and mine alone." I whispered in a voice that only Mahiru could hear. "That's why I don't want to show it to you," and I made a blushing Mahiru face almost made a puffing sound. The hairpin that she had put on earlier had slipped off. He stopped Mahiru and gently repositioned the pin, then stroked her cheeks, and this time Mahiru set, then lightly put her forehead on his upper arm to hide her face. It seems that he wasn't completely over capacity because she responded properly when he patted Mahiru, thinking that she was probably shy. It's good that the two of them have stopped flirting, but this time it's poisoning our eyes. I can't help it. Mahiru is so cute. I think it's your fault this time and you're the cause of it. I'd like to show the girls who used to call Amane gloomy how enlightened he is now." "What?" "Mahiru is also weak against Amane. He's very destructive." "What am I enlightened?" "Amane." I will return the previous line directly to Amane. Oh, absolutely." I nodded my head, and then, a little relieved, Mahiru pressed my arm with her forehead. I thought to myself, she likes this kind of touch, and as I let her do what she wanted, I saw Chitters smirking at me. Mahiru's limited natural talisman is still the same, isn't it? I thought to myself, you're a natural talisman. Take it. That's it. I'm not going to stop you because you don't seem to be full with it. I'm hungry, so why don't we go buy squid over there? It's too sweet, so I want something salty. You haven't eaten anything sweet yet. I don't think it's that way. Well, let's go, for the sake of the surroundings. She glanced at the surroundings when he said, "for the sake of the surroundings," and her eyes met with those who were blushing. Both men and women were probably hit by Mahiru's embarrassment and cuteness. I must have been, because I received a somber jealous look from the men, regretting soberly that he shouldn't have made Mahiru embarrassed in a place with so many people. Amane took Chitters' suggestion, pulled Mahiru's hand, and started walking toward the squid pancake stall. The food at the festival tastes different. It's because of the atmosphere. Chitters, who had already eaten yakisoba and fried chicken before, looked very pleased with herself as she ate the squid pancakes with a relaxed expression on her face. Well, both Mahiru and Chitters are different types, but they are both beautiful girls. The beautiful Mahiru girl is the embodiment of neat and pretty, and the lively, charming and boyish Chitters is a charmer. They are naturally eye-catching. Chitters is now feeding the squid pancake to Mahiru, who was looking at it with interest. So if the two of them, who are adorable and friendly, were touching each other, men's eyes would be glued to them. The man who is smiling softly and faintly at Mahiru, perhaps because he thought it was delicious, can be seen letting out a sigh of enthrallment. So it must be a very picturesque scene. It's so cute. They're cute, but they're flirting with each other instead of with us. What are you jealous of? I'm not so jealous when women get along. Well, then, watch and wait. I think it's very good. I heard a voice from nearby saying, "Hey, Sheena?" When I turned around, I saw several boys who were my classmates looking in the direction of Mahiru and the others. They were wearing masks and holding bags of cotton garlands in their hands, clearly enjoying the festival. The first to respond was Itsuki, who approached them with a friendly, fresh smile and a wave of his hand. As usual. "Oh, you guys came to the festival, too? Shirakawa-san is there, so is Itsuki. Then that means Fujimiya too. I'm here." He raised his hand lightly, though he did not wave it like Itsuki did, and a murmur broke out among the group. "Yukata." "What's wrong with a yukata?" I chuckle at the sound of his voice, which is so unexpected that I can almost feel it. I'm not sure if I'm being too formal or not. I'm just wearing normal clothes, except for the fact that they are wearing yukata. They are not doing anything special, and it is quite normal, but from their point of view, the atmosphere of yukata seems to be special. When they look at me seriously, I feel an indescribable itch and a sense of uneasiness, and my face turns sullen, but this is relaxed when I see Mahiru walk up to me with a relaxed movement. "Oh, my, it's been a long time, maybe not so long, but it's been a long time since the closing ceremony. I'm glad to see you all looking well." "Oh, Sheena-san in a yukata." "Sheena-san, you look really good in a yukata." "Thank you. I'm glad you said so." The only one who is embarrassed by the praise is Amane, who accepts the compliments with a beautiful, reserved smile. "Did you put that on yourself?" "Yes, I did." The yukata, however, was prepared by Amane's mother. "We have several kimonos at home and more at my maternal grandparents' house, so I'm sure they'll be happy to help you find one." As for Amane, he can only inwardly cheer that we will see her in another kimono, and that she is good and should do more, but I feel bad about the quirkiness of it. I'm sure it's fine. I remember now that he was the one who had poked me at the gymnastics festival, but that doesn't matter. No matter what they do, they are just strangers to Mahiru. There is no room for them to interfere. I was laughing inwardly at the fact that I felt so superior to them, and wondered if my character had deteriorated. But I still had no intention of giving in. I was not going to interrupt them while they were having fun, so let's get moving. Mahiru seemed surprised, but she was so embarrassed that she was surely delighted, and she herself stuck to Amane. "I'll see you after the summer break," she said. "Then, I'll see you after the summer vacation." "Oh, yeah. See you later." As they began to walk away from them and down the street lined with stalls again, Itsuki stood on the opposite side of the street from Mahiru and brought his face a little closer to him. "Amane, that was on purpose, wasn't it?" A small voice, perhaps trying not to be heard by Mahiru, is heard amidst the hustle and bustle and festival music. "What are you talking about?" "Yes, I know, the position you're in, and the whole parents' house thing." Truly, Itsuki was a wise and intuitive man. He seemed to have a good understanding of Maine's own determination and insistence. "I don't know," he said. "You're getting stronger, aren't you?" The voice was not sure whether it was a compliment or a dismay, so Amane decided to take it as a compliment and smiled meaningfully. "Let's eat shaved ice next." The four of them resumed wandering around, but Chitter's comment made them stop again. We had already passed the shaved ice stall. There was probably another one further on, but we didn't know where it was, so it would be faster to go back a little bit. Rather than being a hassle, Amane was more puzzled as to whether she would still eat. "What kind of stomach do you have?" "Really? What kind of stomach do you have?" She tapped her stomach, but it only shows that she is as thin as Mahiru. It is surprising that this stomach holds yakisoba, fried chicken, and fried squid. "I'm not fat, are you, Chitters?" "You are so slender. I envy you." "She's healthy and thin." "She's toned." Hee, more compliments, please." "She is really thin." "She's so thin when I carry her." Since Itsuki is often attached to Chitters, he must be well aware of her thinness. "She is not particularly thick, but is a medium build and medium height, but when they are attached to each other, Chitter's thinness stands out. And yet, Chitter's effort can be seen in the fact that she maintains an exquisite physique with a hint of muscles but without being bulky. She eats a lot, but she doesn't gain weight. She has a good metabolism. Well, I'm not likely to gain weight because of my constitution, and she doesn't gain weight in other parts of her body. He instantly realized that he had slipped up, probably because Chitters raised her voice without inflection with a smiling face. In fact, I think she is even more angry because he is her boyfriend. I'm sorry, that was gibberish, so please stop kicking me in the shins. I know I say it every time, but you don't need to say one more word, do you? Let's talk nicely over there. Pheasants don't cry, they don't get shot. What did you say? Nothing. I don't want this to spark a fire, so I simply deny it and smile deliberately at Mahiru, who is in trouble next to me, in order to get through his request for help. What do you want to eat? I'm not sure. I'm going to go buy some shaved ice first. Chitters, I'm going to get shaved ice first, so be friendly there. Okay. When they returned to buy shaved ice, Chitter's sermon was not over. Amane cowered his shoulders as he saw them in the distance, discussing amicably a little ways off the road, and then looked at Mahiru, who was smiling indescribably bitterly as she clung to Amane's arm. I'm still working on it, aren't I? We get along great, don't we? Well, they're flirting in their own way. Chitters is a little angry with him. He knew she wasn't really angry, so he didn't stop and handed her the cup of shaved ice he had in his hand to Mahiru. Thank you. Amane-kun is kind of reluctant. I really want the Ujikintoki, but I couldn't find it in the stalls. By the way, Amane chose matcha green tea. If there had been, I would have chosen Ujikintoki, but it was an unavoidable compromise because it is hard to ask for red bean paste and a white bean paste in a stone stall. I was surprised to hear that you are a sweet eater. You don't try to eat them very often. I don't dislike sweets. I just don't like them. I like sweet bean jam. I like red bean paste, especially mashed red bean paste. He doesn't eat sweets on his own, but eats them when offered. The only thing he will eat by himself is custard. Since he doesn't eat much of that either, it is hard to imagine that he likes it. I like anko, red bean paste, because it goes well with green tea and matcha, powdered green tea. I actually like bitter and sweet things because they complement each other. I'm not sure if that's true or not. It takes a lot of work to cook red bean paste, so it's not easy to make something like that. The first thing that comes to mind is that you can use the store-bought ones. You can just use the ones on the market. I don't think people usually think of starting from the process of cooking azuki beans. Most people would choose the commercially sold bean jam in a bag, considering the time and effort involved. However, for Mahiru, homemade seems to come first. I'm of the mind that I want to feed the people I love with good food. With commercial products, you can't adjust the sweetness very much, and a lot of them don't leave the texture of the grains. She smiled at him and said that she wanted him to eat it as if it tasted good, and he felt sorry for her and felt happiness at the feeling of being loved. He said, "Then I want the green tea pudding with anko, red bean paste, and dorayaki. I'll leave it to you." "Leave it to me. I love matcha pudding." The first time I went to the store, I was in the middle of a conversation with a friend of mine, who was eating shaved ice with me. I was wondering if she was listening to us while I was having a friendly discussion with Itsuki. Of course, it's going to be totally rude. Amane and Mahiru probably chuckled together at the thumbs-up Chitters, and looked to where Itsuki had been just a few minutes ago, but there was no one there. I'm not sure what to expect, but I'm sure he'll be able to find something. It's growing. Apologies. Chitters turned away with a pout, and I thought that Itsuki's wallet was going to get cold, but since it was his own fault, I didn't feel sorry for him. He has stepped on landmines several times, but he never learns. It is not so praiseworthy because it makes her angry. This time, she is still pouting her lips, as if she has been sulking for a long time. "I don't like to be small either," she said. "I'm sure men would prefer a small girl like Mahiru." "Well, that's the way they say it. Mahiru that quickly presses her chest is also more lively than the cheetah's. Not that I'm jealous of you, but I do envy you. Mahiru has a lot of things I don't have. She's beautiful, stylish, good at studying, exercising, and housework, and she's very ladylike. I really think you're a man's ideal. I don't think so. I'm not sure. The actual a lot more the better. I'm not sure. I don't think he said anything to me. He just didn't welcome the way I looked at him. Mr. Daiki is the father of Itsuki. He does not welcome the relationship between Itsuki and cheetahs. I had a chance to talk to him when I visited Itsuki's house, and he said that he simply does not like cheetahs' personality, and that he wants Itsuki to have a respectable woman as his companion, so he does not see her in a very favorable light. It is not that he does not like cheetahs, but rather that there are better women out there. He says, I don't dislike her at all, but if you put Mahiru in front of me, he would definitely choose Mahiru. Well, that's just, although she sometimes speaks out of character on purpose, she is essentially mature and has a bird's eye view of things, which makes her a person you can never be too careful of. She is not the kind of person Daiki is looking for. What he is looking for is a Yamato Nadeshiko like Mahiru, and cheetahs is not what he is looking for. It is not that there is something lacking in cheetahs or that cheetahs is bad. It is just that the chemistry and the purpose do not match. Cheetahs sighs deeply, perhaps concerned that Daiki doesn't like her, but that doesn't mean I can't try to be like Mahiru, like this. I don't care about it, Ikan. I know you say you don't mind, but I want to be your daughter in the future, you know? That's why I want to build a happy relationship with him. It's difficult. It's not a problem that can be solved quickly. It will take years to solve it. It takes years. Well, I'll do my best, but it's hard to do anything about it. There's a certain chemistry to it. I didn't know what to say to cheetahs, who was sharing Mahiru's shaved ice with Mahiru, laughing like she was in trouble and wished she was officially approved like Amane and the others. Mahiru also did not know what to say to cheetahs, but just patted her gently. Cheetahs also stuck close to her as if to pamper her and begged for shaved ice while she was at it. As she did so, she saw through the crowd that Itsuki was returning with her order in both hands. I'm not really depressed, so don't tell Akun. Cheetahs, who had warned them earlier, turned toward Itsuki with her usual smile, and Amane and Mahiru looked away with indescribable expressions on their faces. The three of them had finished eating the food they had bought and were slowly letting the crowd flow by as they browsed the stalls. There are so many people here, he said. This festival is the only one of its kind in the area, he said. It's the only festival in the area, so there are a lot of stalls and it's a pretty big event. Of course you will meet people from school. The only thing that I can say is that I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do with the time I have left. A small feeling of superiority probed his chest as he realized that he probably hadn't even had it in his mind before he realized it. I guess it was possessiveness that I didn't want to do. Even a Mahiru glance. I thought it was well known by the school that Mahiru never looked at anyone but Amane, but he couldn't give up. I don't know how I feel. There is a girl nearby who is the embodiment of a boy's ideal. Innocent and pretty. The other side would not be convinced that some random guy snatched her away from them. But I wish they would at least understand that Mahiru's attitude is clearly different from that of Amane. They love you, don't they? Me too. Of course I know this, but I've been feeling it more and more acutely lately. I really do feel cared for and loved. Naturally, Amane also treats her with the same amount of passion that Mahiru feels for him. But he also feels embarrassed and proud at the same time, which makes him feel itchy. I'm not sure if it's the same for me, but it's not. You can see it on his face. Compared to the past, he's more affectionate, and his facial expressions and gaze are softer and sweeter. If you ask me, I'm aware that I've become a little more affectionate, but I'm not sure if I've become sweeter. I am aware that I am a cold person, but when people say I am sweet, I tilt my head back. Yes, that's yes. I don't know. I'll take a picture of you next time, so be aware of it and writhe in agony. I was told that it was so great that I should refrain from making fun of her in public from now on, but I was not confident that I could restrain myself because she was always so cute. It's pointless for us to tighten up our faces now. Noisy. Mahiru will be more pleased if you're a little less tense. I like any main-kun, no matter how he is. I like all kinds of Amane, whether he's crisp, sweet, or sexy. Wow, you've seen sexy before? Amane and Mahiru have been dating for a little over 2 months now, and they have barely kissed. But it hasn't gotten much further than that, and they intend to hold off for a while. The first thing to do is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you are doing and how to do it. I'm not doing anything you guys can imagine. It's stoicism or platonicism to say it so openly, but you kissed her, didn't you? It's none of your business. I'm sure you reported that part, Mahiru, and when I lightly nibbled on her rejoined hands and blamed her, Mahiru made a bright red face and mumbled a small "I'm sorry." Chitters asked if the kiss was too late. We're really pure-hearted with each other, aren't we? The two of them are very pure-hearted, she said, her eyebrows narrowing. I'm not going to go into it. We'll go on in our own way. I'm sure that's fine. I just wanted to say that if you make her wait too long, the girls will get impatient. So be moderate. Chitters-san. I'd rather you tell me honestly, Mahiru. I'd rather you talk to me about it than tell me that Amane-kun won't kiss you. Oh, no, you can't say that. Doesn't matter how athletic Mahiru is, Chitters is also athletic, and unlike Mahiru, Chitters is wearing clothes, even pants style. So it seems she couldn't catch Chitters. Mahiru is shy, but I was just looking at how cute that she is. I was also taken aback by Amane's shyness. I'm not going to help Chitters-san catch up on the assignments she hasn't finished yet. That's not good. I'll keep my mouth shut then. Chitters' face relaxes even more at the cute threat, and she traces her lips to the side in a gesture as if she is closing a zipper. Amane hurriedly caught her as she tried to run away, her face reddening even more when she noticed his gaze. He caught her as if holding her and patted her back to calm her down. If you get separated from the rest of the group, you'll have trouble meeting up with us and they'll pick on you, so don't run away, Ugh. I won't look at you, okay? That's the sweetest face I've ever seen. That's what I hate about the unaware. My cheeks tightened as I heard them talking in a volume that I could hear, even though they were talking in private. However, since Mahiru was in his arms, he couldn't blame her, and this time, Amane had a look of disapproval on his face that he couldn't hide. I ate. Where did that amount of food get into? After roughly visiting all the food stalls, Chitters rubbed her stomach and relaxed her cheeks in satisfaction. I was wondering whether I should be impressed or dismayed at the amount of food she had managed to eat. Well, it's fine if you're satisfied, but be careful not to eat too much. I don't usually eat this much. I'm adjusting it. Chitters maintains a slender figure, so I have no choice but to believe her. However, she seems to be satisfied with her diet, so I guess it is nothing for Amane to complain about. Do you have enough of that kind of food? From my point of view, you haven't eaten at all. I was going to have some at home. Mahiru made chilling dashi, so I thought I'd make a chilled dashi chazuke with retort rice. What's that? Sound delicious. Do you still have the energy to eat it? The food from the food stall was good, but I preferred Mahiru's cooking to finish the day, so I didn't eat much thinking I would make chazuke at home using Mahiru's leftover soup stock. But I didn't think Chitters still had a surplus of appetite. Chitters' appetite is making him chuckle, and Mahiru rebukes her, saying, "Another time, please." Just today, she ate yakisoba, fried chicken, frankfurters, a takoyaki, octopus dumpling, chocolate bananas, and shaved ice, enough to fill even the boys' stomachs, so she must be worried about her stomach. I wondered where it had gotten into, looking at her thin waist, when Chitters, who seemed to have noticed my gaze, wiggled her body and said, "Yanichi," to which I gave her a blank stare. Well, the capacity of Chitters' stomach is something we'll have to monitor in the future. Unacceptable. What are you gonna do? You wanna go home? We had played around to some extent, and the sky was already dark, Even though it was late in the summer and the sun was setting late, it was almost 20:30 p.m., and considering the distance from the house and Mahiru travel time, it would be safe to break up the party. It is not a good idea to let Chitters go out too late, even though she has Itsuki with her. I don't mind if you go home, but I'm staying at Mahiru's place. What? I've already brought my luggage to Mahiru's house in advance, and I've already gotten permission from her. The three of them need to prepare foodstuff for 3 people. Chitters smiles at me and says, I should have asked Amane to do that, too. I felt sorry for him, but there was nothing I could do because I didn't have a change of clothes. Well, if you want Mahiru, it's fine. Oh, Amane-kun, you're in a bad mood now that Mahiru is taken away from you. I'm not jealous of the woman. I know that Mahiru is mine, so I don't mind. The next time I am going to be allowed to come over to her house, I need to be prepared for it, so I was envious of Chitter's ease of entry. So he gave up his shoulders, saying he wouldn't be jealous of Chitters anymore, but when Mahiru blushed her cheeks and sooted towards Chitters, she ran away. Chitters, this is it. Amane-kun has been like this lately. This is a tough time for Mahiru. What's with that face? What's wrong? Chitters' mischievous smile, which was different from the one she had just given to Mahiru, made Mahiru nod her head silently and look shyly at Chitters. Amane, let's play together. What's this before bedtime? Chitters was going to stay at Mahiru's house, so Amane was spending time alone after the festival as usual. But before going to bed, Chitters started video calling him, which naturally raised his eyebrows. It wasn't that I didn't like the calls, but rather that I was feeling a little annoyed and sleepy because I had decided to go to bed and lay down, and suddenly the video calls started. The screen shows a close-up image of Chitters smiling smugly, and while holding the rude sleeper impression that the picture itself is noisy, Amane reversely moved the phone away and put it by the pillow. You know, I was just about to go to bed. Yeah, I know. I'm in a pre-sleep position, right? If you know what you're doing, I can hang up. Yarn. At least wait until Mahiru comes back. Speaking of which, where's Mahiru? Oh, I didn't come in with her today, Chitters says regretfully. But Mahiru's choice is right, for sure. It would be better to take a bath alone, since Mahiru is exhausted by the bath that also serves as relaxation. The reason I'm connecting with you is because you couldn't say goodnight to Amane, Mahiru. If you say that, I won't be able to hang up on you. I'd have hung up on you if you hadn't told me. The sudden change in her expression is puzzling. Hey Amane, can I ask you something? What? I know that if she changes her expression in this way, a serious question will come, so I return the question without any disrespect, and Chitters' eyes stare at Amane. Chitters' eyes fixed on Mahiru. How much do you like her? Amane cares about Mahiru a lot, so I was wondering how much he likes her. The question is difficult to answer, and Chitters lowers her eyebrows, but she does not change her expression. It's not serious. I'm not serious, and it's just for fun. Is that what Deki-san asked you? Yeah, he's kind of perceptive, isn't he? Chitters, who smiled with a smile, lacked high spirits, giving the impression that she was somewhat deflated. I saw her roll over in bed with her phone in her hand and sigh softly. I don't mean to play temporary games or anything like that, but I'm always goofing off, so you can't take me seriously. So, I was just wondering how far ahead some of you are looking. She showed glimpses of this at the festival, but she must be struggling in her own way to get along with Deki, who is Itsuki's father. Amane slowly opens his mouth to answer Chitters' question. The answer came to him without even needing to think about it. I'm not going to be able to do that. It's hard to ask how much I like her, but I'm going to have her smiling next to me all the time. I can't say how much I love her. I don't know how to describe it. But what is certain is that I want to make her happy, I want to cherish her, and I want her to smile next to me for the rest of my life. I see. Isn't there Chitters too? That's not the case. I'll make her laugh for the rest of her life. I'll make you laugh for the rest of your life. Of course. Of course. Well, that's all right. If that's what you say, Then that's what you do. Something too good to be true, too good to be true, she said. I'm a nice girl's boyfriend, I want to be a nice guy. Wow, I can't afford this disgusting. Chitters muttered in a voice that would have been a vigorous slap on the back if he had been here, or rather, somewhat happily. Then she turned around. At the same time, I heard a familiar voice saying, "What are you talking about?" It seemed that Mahiru had just gotten out of the bath. Over Chitters, there stood Mahiru wearing a negligee with little exposure. I am not very convincing as I have seen Chitters in her nightgown, but I can't stare at a woman in her nightgown, so I subtly avert my gaze and keep my ears close to her. Mahiru was close to Chitters, and the flaxen color shimmered at the edge of the screen. Mahirun's boyfriend is a nice guy. What's wrong with Amane-kun? I was just asking him about his life advice. Oh, no. Chitters replied with a not-so-obvious answer, and Mahiru let out a small sigh on the other side of the screen. Chitters was a bit puzzled by the atmosphere of frustration, and then he saw Mahiru sitting down next to Chitters. "Won't you do it for me?" The words sounded slightly sultry, and Chitters froze and threw out her phone the next moment. The phone's view spun around, but then I heard Mahiru's faint voice from the speaker saying, "Kayako." So she probably moved on to her favorite skinny dipping. Mahirun is so cute. I do it a lot. Chitters, it's dangerous if you jump on me. The rebuking Mahiru voice sounds happy, so she must not be too full of it. I hear her say. The in-camera of the phone is dark, perhaps buried by the bed sheets, but I could imagine that Chitters is sticking to Mahiru. Mahirun-suki. I like you too. Hey. I stole Mahirun's favorite from Amane. Oh, well, Amane-kun is in a special category, so. Mahiru lifts the smartphone and makes a desperate excuse with a rushed voice. Amane laughs a little. I know about that, you second-generation Baekup. Shut up, the first generation. I don't want to be bothered with Chitters and Itsuki, as they are considerable. Look, have an early girls' night and get to bed. I know staying up late is your skin's worst enemy. The conversation was just about to end on a good note, so Amane cut him off as he looked at his watch. It was already past 2300 hours. Mahiru, who never stays up too late, must be getting sleepy by now. She is walking around in a yukata, an unfamiliar garment, and she is tired. So it is time for her to fall asleep. In fact, the girl holding Chitters' phone looks a little sleepy, apart from the blush on her cheeks, and it would not be a good idea to prolong the call too much. I didn't expect to hear something like that from Amane's mouth. Well, that's true. I guess I'll hang up now. Look, Mahirun, is that okay? Mahiru, who seems to have noticed why Chitters contacted Amane when prompted by Chitters, opened her eyes astonishingly and then looked toward Amane and smiled softly. Good night, Amane-kun. See you tomorrow. Good night. See you tomorrow. I wish I had been right there with her so I could have stroked her head, but I didn't show it because I wanted the two girls to have fun without each other today, and I smiled back at her the same way I smiled at her when she said she was enjoying her sleepover. Chapters 8. Assignments must be finished first. Amane, help me. I don't know. Chitters, who was standing at the desk in the living room with a mechanical pencil in her hand, was not about to hide her dismay at Amane's whining. Chitters, who stayed at Mahiru's house, apparently decided to have a sleepover to finish her assignment. There was no need to rush to his desk, so Amane sat on the sofa and looked down at Chitters while reading a magazine. Mostly it's your fault for putting it off and not getting it done. You need to have a plan. I think it's much better to struggle at first to finish your assignments and then enjoy the rest of your summer vacation than to end it later with a tired head full of a sense of dread and a sense of urgency. You could have finished it together with Itsuki. I mean, what makes you think you can just rely on someone else to do it for you? You're the one who has to solve it. You're just paying for your past laziness. You'd finish faster if you stopped scratching your head and went to your desk and did your assignments. Mahiru, Amane is bullying me. It seems that she has just poured juice for Chitters, and there is a glass of orange liquid on the tray. Don't say it too strongly, Amane. Chitters, who was smiling, handed Amane his orange juice as if to rebuke him. Chitters is looking at me as if she wants me to follow her example. However, Mahiru is not completely on Chitters's side. She is more like Amane in her way of thinking, and that is why she had finished her assignments first and moved on to independent study. Although she is a steady, accumulative type of person, Mahiru has finished her summer vacation assignments ahead of time. She said that it is not a good idea to be pressed by deadlines, so she does what she has to do and then tries not to forget what she has studied. I was a little relieved to hear that she thinks almost the same way as Amane. I wish I could hear what Amane just said to the old Amane who couldn't clean up after himself. Gosh, that's a good idea. Chitters, seeing that Amane is choking on his words, says, "You're being rebuked." Chitters laughed. Chitters smiles at him and places the orange juice on the desk, then slowly places her palm on her shoulder. "Chitters-san, let's do your best." Even Mahiru. "I thought you were on my side." "I am on Chitters's side, but it's different if you ask me if I can get rid of the assignment when I become your ally. I asked you if you wanted to work with me at the beginning of the summer vacation, but you prioritized playing with me." "Ugh, the Jigujitoku, it's completely self-inflicted, isn't it?" Since it was Chitters who chose to play even though she was invited by Mahiru, there is no room for sympathy. "Chitters-san, even though you have a lot of assignments left to do, I'm with you, so you'll be fine." "Mahiru, I'll finish about half of them if I stay at my desk until super." "Yes." As the spider threads are cut off and despairing Mahiru, which is beyond any natural reach, Amane looks at Chitters and sips the orange juice he was handed with the impression of someone else. Poor Chitters. He is going to take over when she is really in trouble, or rather when Mahiru gets tired of teaching her, but he will use the whip in moderation because she will get carried away if he spoils her too much. Chitters, who was reluctantly ready to do the assignment. I looked at her profile, thinking that I would buy her something sweet later on. "I've been caught." Chitters, who had been working hard on the assignment with a short break in between, rolled around on the carpet like a spoiled child, as if she was getting tired. It was a good thing she was wearing shorts today, but if she had been wearing a skirt, her movements would have revealed her contents. So Amane gave her a look that didn't hide his dismay. "What if you get out of control and spill juice or something? Then I'll get down on my knees. If you're going to throw away your pride like that, just make sure you don't spill anything from the beginning. Besides, it would be very hard to clean the carpet or dirty clothes, wouldn't it?" There was no need to worry, since the two of them were holding the cups that had been placed on the table by Mahiru, but there was a possibility that an accident might occur if they had been left there. I wouldn't be angry if it spilled on the carpet, but I wouldn't want it to spill considering the hassle of removing the stain from the carpet. Mahiru also chided her, saying, "You have to be mature about it." Her smile is laced with bitterness, and she doesn't seem to really want to stop. She probably knows that if she doesn't let them relax, they will get tired. He is probably aware that if we don't let her take a breather, she will get tired. Then there's nowhere to roll, so I'm going to use Mahiru's lap. "Wait, that's my reserved spot." He's a cheapskate. "Mahiru, no?" If Amane says no, then no. Shaking her head loosely with her eyes downcast, Mahiru is somewhat awkward. Chitters's smile is one that shows no sign of regret at the rejection. She looks more embarrassed than happy, but her cheeks are still slightly tinted and relaxed. So Chitters is probably right. Perhaps she was happy to hear that he has a reserved spot. "Then, please enjoy it for me as soon as possible. I'll work hard on my assignment after seeing it." "I'm sure you're teasing me. It's mine, so I'll do it without you." "You're not going to do it?" "It's a privilege. Come on, I'll get you something sweet. So get to it." "Really?" Chitters, who jumped up and made her eyes shine, made me realize that she's a very cash-poor girl. Both Amane and Mahiru smile, as if they had been waiting for those words. If Chitters is serious about it, I'll go out and buy it now. I want the one from my favorite restaurant. Cheesecake, the souffle one. You can't order anything from, but it's not that far away. The price is a little bit higher than other cake shops in the area, but it's not a big deal, and Mahiru likes their cakes as well. What about you, Mahiru? I'm not sure. Why don't you go with Mahiru anyway? I'm not going to do it because you're lazy. It's also bad to make her walk in the blazing sun. I don't know how much you trust me, but since Amane is a gentleman, I'll just swallow it. I'm not buying just for you. That's not the point of reward. Then shut up and do your assignments. I asked her what she would like and she said gâteau au chocolat. It would be best to get there as early as possible. Well, I'm off. I left the living room with my wallet in my hand, and Mahiru followed close behind me. When Amane sat down on the porch and put on his sneakers, Mahiru also kneeled down and crouched down by his side. What's wrong? No, I'm sorry about the heat. No problem. I'm the one who started it. Just keep an eye on Chitters. Chitters-san acts like that, but when she's serious, she's serious. I know. But still. Well, let her do her best with a good break in between. I'll do my best. I'm off then. Oh, wait, Amane, can I have a word? When he was stopped and turned around, Mahiru suddenly leaned on Amane's chest. The sweet smell and soft touch of the soft fragrance, while holding back, I almost let out a moan. I managed to stroke her head, and she looked up. Her eyes narrowed as if she was tickled. I'm a little tired from studying today, so I had to recharge. The little whisper made Amane also unbearably hug Mahiru, and she smiled happily while shame appeared in her eyes. When you say things like that, I don't want to let go. That's not good. Chitters-san will be sad when Chitters goes home, okay? It's something I wish I could do. Mahiru nodded and buried her face in Amane's chest once more, and Amane promised himself that he would quickly finish his job and return home. He found this out when he peeked into the mailbox at the entrance when he returned from buying cakes for Chitters and Mahiru. Mixed in with the usual advertisements was an envelope I didn't recognize. I casually rolled it up and couldn't believe my eyes, wondering who in the world would send such a thing. On the back was the name of the sender, Asashi Shiina. It said, Mahiru's father, right? Her mother's name is Saya, so I've been told, not her father's name. And he is probably the only one who knows about Amane. He had probably seen Mahiru when she came to pick Amane up. A light investigation would reveal that Amane is close to Mahiru. I just don't understand why he would bother to send a letter to Amane, if it was to his own daughter. He didn't see the need to send a letter to her boyfriend. According to Mahiru, he is not interested in her, but if he was not interested in her, he would not have come to check on her. I didn't see any intention on the part of Mahiru's father. I was so puzzled that I decided to go home and open the letter after Chitters came home, and put it away in my bag. You've been acting strange since you got home. Is there something wrong? Chitters had just returned home after completing about 70% of her assignment. When Mahiru looked into Amane's face, she asked he was going to open the letter when Mahiru returned home, but then he realized he had something to hide. Not that he wanted to hide it, but rather that he doesn't know what is stated in the letter, so he didn't want to bypass it and let Mahiru know. But if Mahiru was going to be suspicious, it would have been better not to hide it in the first place. Ah, no. Yes. Oh, if it's something you don't want to tell me, I won't force you to tell it. Mahiru, with a stance of respecting his will, Amane looks at her as he gets back to his feet. I don't want to say it, or maybe I think you don't want to hear it. Mahiru. I don't want to hear. Oh, that's what it is. She must have realized it was about her parents, because the next thing he knows, she's chuckling faintly. You don't mean to tell me that that man was around here again? No, he wasn't, but there was a letter addressed to me. Addressed to Amane? Who sent it? It said Asayoshi Ina. Then he's my father. The expression on the face of Mahiru nodded easily and showed less shock than I had expected. The only reason why her eyes are a little cold is probably because of the treatment she received from her parents. I'm curious as to why he sent the letter to Amane-kun and how he found out about my relationship with you, but I suppose it's none of my business. Don't you care what's in the letter? I'm not interested in peeking at letters to other people. I don't care if it's from my father. It's addressed to Amane. When Mahiru made a clear statement, he felt that he was too careful and caring for his Mahiru. That said, she doesn't seem to want to get involved. Rather than accepting it, Her gaze wavered a little more restlessly than usual and she said, "If you want to read it, you can go ahead. Would you like me to leave my seat?" Amane shook his head with a small wry smile. "I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do." "What do you mean? You want me to stay by your side?" "Then I'll stay here." "I'll leave it up to Amane-kun whether or not he wants to let me know what the letter says." As she says this and starts reading the reference book on the desk, Amane exhales softly and pulls out an envelope from the bag he keeps by his side. He carefully opened it, took out the letter that was inside, and read the text that had been written. In brief, it said that he would like to meet and talk with him and gave his contact information. "Why me again? I thought he came to check on Mahiru." "I have no idea why he would call someone who is almost completely irrelevant to her father, Amane. Something about him wanting to see me, not to his daughter, but to Amane." "I see." The voice was even cooler, so I patted Mahiru's head and her eyes narrowed ticklishly. "I don't understand why he wants to see Amane-kun. Normally, it would be because a man is approaching his daughter or something. That's impossible. I've been neglecting him until now, and now he's meddling. What do you think I should do about this?" "I'm not going to put any restrictions on your meeting." "I'm not going to put any restrictions on your meeting." The reply was very curt, as if she really wanted to leave it up to Amane. "If you're worried about him being harmed, I don't think you need to worry about that." "I don't think he is a qualified parent, but he is otherwise a sensible person and not someone who would make any threats. It's strange for me to say this, since I don't know much about my father Mahiru. I don't know what he's up to, but he's not a person who would do harm to others, so you can rest assured there. Whether you go or not is up to you, Amane-kun." Mahiru leaned against Amane's body and he replied, "I see," and looked at the letter again. Chapter 9, Unwanted Encounters and Determination. The last day of summer vacation. As usual, I was resting at home, not going out anywhere. It was a day to relax at home because Mahiru was usually here, but not today. He was dressed up to the extent that it would not be impolite to meet someone, and was heading to the appointed place. Hopefully it won't take too long. Not from the nervousness of talking to a stranger. It was because the longer the conversation went on, the more anxious Mahiru would be. When I told her I was going to see him, she tried to act nonchalant, but it must not have been a good feeling. I could see that she was worried about what he would say and what Amane would think. Since I do not want to leave Mahiru alone in such a state for a long time, I must ascertain the other party's true intentions as quickly as possible. With a somewhat heavy heart, he headed to the meeting place, and near the entrance of a cafe not far from Amane's house, Amane found the person he wanted and straightened his back. At the corner of his eye, a white, calm-looking man with familiar flaxen hair and caramel eyes was standing there. They passed each other once and talked briefly. Although they had not spoken each other's names, Amane knew his name from Mahiru. Asahi Shiina. Asahi Shiina looked at Amane and smiled faintly. "It's nice to meet you, but I think this is the first time we've had a conversation in which we recognize each other." "Yes, it is." "I've heard the story from Mahiru. Since he does not seem to be upset that I called her Mahiru, he is probably doing a thorough investigation of the matter as well." Asayan smiled faintly, almost like a wry smile, at Amane's words. "He seems calm rather than timid, and at a glance, he does not seem to be the kind of outrageous person who left Mahiru to raise his other child, but I am only going by impressions, as they say that looks are deceiving. I'm sure we can talk about it quickly then. Can you give me a moment of your time?" "Isn't that why you called me here?" "Yes, that's right. I'm very grateful to you for accepting on such short notice. I never expected you to accept my offer after I had asked you. I was curious as to why you went to the trouble of calling me." "I think you should be talking with Mahiru, not me." "I thought that if I didn't understand the purpose, I should treat him in a friendly manner, but I couldn't stand it and mixed a thorn in my words." Asashi, who seems to have received it correctly, lowered his eyebrows in trouble. "That being said, I don't think that girl would want to see me." The bitter smile on Asashi's face seemed to exude regret. "While I resent and find Mahiru's situation unforgivable, the man in front of me doesn't seem like a man without blood and tears. If that were the case, he wouldn't bother trying to quietly contact his daughter. That makes me wonder more. Why did he not meet with Mahiru directly? And why did he try to contact Amane, her boyfriend, in such a roundabout way? I still don't know what he is thinking and what he wants. Perhaps he noticed Amane's probing look, but he smiled at him, as if he was troubled. I'm sure you probably have a lot of questions for me, too, don't you? I don't want to have a long talk here, so let's go into the cafe. I nodded at Asashi's suggestion and entered the cafe with him. You can order whatever you like. I've called you out from here on the last day of your precious summer vacation. This cafe, which Amane also sometimes visits, has private rooms that are available by reservation only, and he was shown to the private room that Asashi had reserved in advance. When we sat down facing each other, Asashi, with a smile on his soft face, recommended the menu. After saying, "I'll take your word for it," I told him about the daily cake set with coffee that was on the menu, and he asked the waiter for the same thing. He kept a calm expression on his face and did not open his mouth until his order arrived. I guess he kept quiet because he did not want the waiter to hear what he had to say, but I am sitting in front of a man who is almost as old as my father. I feel very awkward. In order to diffuse the awkwardness, I tried to sort out what I wanted to ask him today in my brain, and after repeating the process 3 times, the items I ordered were finally laid out in front of me. "So, what do you want from me?" After confirming that the waiter had left, Amane opened his mouth. It was a little impolite to do so out of the blue, but Asashi didn't seem offended and gave a small laugh. "I'm sure you're right. Since you seem to be dating my daughter, I wanted to ask you how she is spending her time." Is a good way to put it. "Nothing, it's normal. You're being cautious." "What makes you think I won't?" "No, I'd be surprised if you don't." If he had been ruthless to his daughter, like her mother was, Amane would have been able to take a strong stance and respond in any number of ways. However, I could sense from him that he was rather concerned about his daughter, and it didn't seem as if he had abandoned her very much. He seemed like a good father just from the conversations we had. Therefore, I wonder why he actually gave up on Mahiru. Perhaps he might show a friendly attitude and then transform once he gets a chance to make contact with Mahiru, but Amane's intuition tells him that he is not in that kind of mood. I want to ask you too, why did you bother trying to get close to Mahiru after all this time? The reason why he was so sarcastic about after all this time was probably because he had seen that Mahiru had been deeply hurt. She had finally gotten rid of the thorns and her wounds had healed, but it would have been terrible to have new wounds added to her wounds. Amane, who intends to walk with her, does not want to inflict unnecessary wounds on her. I don't want to cause her unnecessary suffering. In order to live together with Mahiru, we will avoid injuries if we can avoid them, and we will pay for the sparks if we can pay for them. You really care about her, don't you? The hostility I directed at him was not returned with the same, only an admiring and slightly happy look. I'm not thinking of bringing her back or anything like that. I'm not going to do anything that would threaten her life, as you seem to worry. Really? Of course. At least I don't have the right to interfere with the life she has now, and I'm not going to do it. Then why are you really trying to make contact with Mahiru? It's hard to explain when you ask me that. I just came to see her face. Even though you dumped Mahiru? I was aware that it was not a line that a stranger and outsider should be saying. Even so, he could not forgive her parents for what they had done to her. Because of them, Mahiru continued to be hurt, and to hide it, she put on the shell of a lovely, perfect girl. She reached out to them, hoping to be loved. How could a person who did not give even one of his rewards to her now see Mahiru in his field of vision? If he reached out his hand on a whim, Amane would like to get rid of it. Even if it is said that it is Amane's selfish indignation, he intends to pull away from anything more that would cause Mahiru to cry out in pain. Asashi, who has been met with clear hostility, which is unusual for Amane, is not angry, but simply accepts his gaze with a quiet expression on his face. You're very clear too, aren't you? The fact that he returns only a calm gaze even when Amane is angered only adds fuel to Amane's fury. The reason he doesn't explode is probably because he clenches his fists under the table and lets the impulse escape. I don't think I have the right to be her parent now. I don't think I have the right to be her father now. I think she thinks of me as a blood relative. You understand what you have done so well that you are aware of it. I can't turn my back on what I've done forever, you know. Me and Saya can call ourselves her parents. I have not done anything that would be called neglect. I've been accused of it, and rightly so. As Asashi calmly but coolly objectified his actions, Amane bit his lip. Why, earlier? Why couldn't you have reflected on yourself sooner? If you had been able to do so, Mahiru would not have been hurt so much, and there might have been a future in which she could have received love from her father even if she did not receive love from her mother. Maybe there would have been a future where she smiled happily. Why repent now? I didn't know where to direct my anger. Maybe Amane had no right to be angry. Maybe it was irrational anger. Still, he couldn't help but think. Why didn't he reach out to her sooner? If this had been outside, I might have raised my voice and grabbed him by the chest. But while I still have some reason left, I enjoy the what-ifs, not wanting to make a scene inside the store and have others find out it was Mahiru. If that's what he thought of this place, he must be a great schemer. If it bothers you, you shouldn't have given birth. Who do you think said this? Mahiru herself said it. You guys drove her into a corner to make her say that. That's right. This made me feel even more angry. If you were going to regret leaving Mahiru alone, you shouldn't have taken such an attitude in the first place. If you had done that, she wouldn't have been hurt so much. I don't have any words to say back. I'm aware that I've done the worst possible thing as a parent. Of course. Then, really, why are you trying to meet Mahiru now? I, for once, don't want you and Mahiru to meet if you're going to get hurt by meeting. Even though I know it's an outburst from an outsider, I don't want you to meet with Mahiru if it's going to cause her pain. Normally, parents and daughters should not be disturbed from meeting, but for once, Mahiru did not want to meet them, so this is the kind of strong language that I have come to use. Even if the person in front of him blamed himself, Amane had no intention of giving in. Asashi apologetically met Amane's sharp gaze and smiled bitterly. Why do you want to see that girl, huh? I wonder why. Are you going to shrug it off? I don't mean to be vague. It's just that it's hard for me to put it into words. Well, I thought we should meet while we still can. Does that mean you two won't see each other in the future, or that you don't plan to? Yes. When Asashi affirmed, a bitter taste seeped into my mouth. Selfish, isn't it? Yes, it's selfish. I don't intend to change that, and it's not something I can change anymore. I just don't intend to make that girl any more unhappy. So maybe I'd rather she hated me. I don't understand. You'll figure it out. With a look of complete satisfaction in his eyes, Amane realizes that he has no intention of telling him anything more and stops pursuing the matter. Is there anything more you want to ask me? No. I'm done. Okay. Well, let me ask you one question. Go ahead. Is she happy now? I was a little defensive, wondering what he was going to ask. But Asashi asked with the same calm expression on his face. The voice and eyes that seemed to wish for her happiness made Amane clench his fists and exhale slowly once. I won't know that until I ask her, but I want to make her happy. I'm confident I can make her happy, and I will. It was a word of desire, pride, and determination. I would not let go of that kind-hearted, sensitive girl, who was more hungry for love than anyone else. I want her to keep smiling and I want to make her happy with my own hands. I am determined to make her happy. No matter what anyone says, I had no intention of bending that will. As I said these words clearly in a voice that was not loud but unwavering, the caramel-colored eyes across from mine widened wide, and the next moment they relaxed with unmistakable relief. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. The soft smile on his face reminded me somewhat of Mahiru. It's not my duty to ask you, but please take care of that girl for me. I will make her happy even if you don't ask me to. I see. Thank you. Although his voice and attitude could have been accused of being rude, Asashi smiled happily, and Amane, feeling indescribably mopey, replied in a voice a little less prickly than before, I don't deserve to be thanked. When he left Asashi and went home, Mahiru was sitting on the sofa with a quiet face as usual. Normally, if she was at Amane's house, she would come to the door to greet him when he returned, but I guess that wasn't the case today. Rather than calm down, she was forced to calm down and looked at Amane with a somewhat uncomfortable calmness. "I've been talking to him." "I see." The slightly chilly tone in her voice was probably more a result of her effort to remain calm than anything directed at Amane. When Amane comes to sit next to her, Mahiru gently leans in close to him. It was not as sweet as usual, but somewhat clinging. Must have been anxious. She pretends it's nothing, but her father, who has neglected her, has now reached out to her, and that to her boyfriend too. Although Mahiru doesn't seem to think that her father has such a terrible personality, there is still something unsettling about him. "He is not the kind of person that Mahiru fears," he said. "He was much quieter than I had imagined." "I see." "Should I tell you what we talked about?" "I don't care. If you think you should tell me, please do." He is not sure what the father is thinking when he meets her boyfriend instead of his daughter, but he should at least tell her that he does not intend to make her unhappy. "He is certain that Asashi doesn't intend to do anything about Mahiru," he said. "I heard that he doesn't intend to ruin your current life." "I'm glad to hear that. He didn't tell me the whole story about why he wanted to see me instead of you. He just said that he would not be able to see you anymore and that he wanted to see you before that." Something like that. In response to Amane's words, Mahiru muttered, "We haven't seen each other before, and now it's too late." However, the tone of her voice would be more bitter than disdainful. "From my point of view, it didn't seem like Asashi-san doesn't care about Mahiru at present. He even seemed to wish you happiness. That's why I don't understand the reason. Why does he wish for her daughter's happiness now? If he wanted to regret it, he should never have abandoned his child in the first place. If he had done so, you would not have been so lonely." When Amane said this, Mahiru sighed softly. "I'm not sure if I'm being honest or not. I have to admit, I don't really understand the existence of parents." A small but well-defined tone of voice spun the words. "They are strangers who think they have fulfilled their duty to provide for their children as long as they have given them money, and are only related to them by blood. This is my impression of my parents." Her expression was stiffer than usual, and she seemed to have less vitality than usual as she spoke her true feelings. "I've always felt that they didn't look at me. I reached out my hand, and they never took it. It is only natural that I would stop reaching for them because they are. It's only natural that I would stop expecting it." I sense that Mahiru has stopped expecting her parents because they have never looked at her before, and I don't think that decision is wrong. It is only natural for Mahiru to stop seeking for self-preservation after realizing, even as a child, that her parents don't love her and can't expect her to love them. "I knew that my father was a good worker and a person of good character, but that didn't change the fact that he didn't look at me, and I don't know how to look at him. I don't want him to be concerned about me now." "Yes, really, why now?" "Yeah. If only it had been sooner." Mahiru's words did not follow. Only a shuddering exhalation was heard, and soon her lips were closed. Her tight lips were trembling, as if they were straining, and her eyes were blinking a lot. Her eyes were moistened as if she was about to cry, but even so, she did not spill any tears. It seemed as if she would fleetingly melt away and disappear, so Amane hugged Mahiru and let her bury her face in his chest. When Mahiru met her mother before, he covered her with a blanket. This time, without such a thing to hide, Amane wraps it all up and takes it in. The slender body wrapped by Amane trembled, but no sobs were heard. She just surrendered herself to Amane and buried her face in his flat chest for a while, as if she had no intention of looking up. When she looked up, Mahiru's eyes were not red. Her eyes were a little shaky, but she didn't seem to be in any pain. "What do you want to do?" I don't know, but I'm fine as I am." "Even if he comes out now, I can't properly recognize him as my parent." "I see. Am I crazy as a daughter?" "That depends on one's point of view, so I can't really say. I think it's not strange if that's the way Mahiru thinks, and I don't deny that. I think it's fine if that's how you feel about it." I accept Mahiru's thoughts and choices. "Yes, It's not up to Amane to decide what's right or wrong. On a personal note, it is not strange that Mahiru cannot recognize her parents as her parents. It is impossible to treat them as parents when they have not been treated like parents and have not received love. I support Mahiru's choice. I'm still a stranger, and I can't get too deep into the family situation. I respect your opinion and will support you no matter what. I'll support you no matter what. I'll always be there for you. If you ever feel insecure, just lean on me. Amane had already made up his mind. He said that he has no intention of letting go of Mahiru, that he will live with her for the rest of his life. He felt that he would never lose his feelings for Mahiru. It was not a hunch, but a certainty. He had always been in love with one thing, and it would not change even if the object became a person. The lovely girl twisted her face at Amane's words, and then put her hand on Amane's back as if she would not let him go. Really, will you stay by my side? Of course. If I say, I don't want to leave, please don't leave me alone. Will you accept me, Amane? The whisper that feels somewhat humid, Amane replies matter-of-factly, of course. If you want, I will always be by your side. I'll always be next to you. Do you want to stay here for a rehearsal? Don't worry. You won't be alone, so don't worry. When I whispered softly, hiding the beating of my heart, Mahiru's eyes moistened in a different way than before, and she nodded. Afterward, thank you for picking up this book. My name is Siki-san, and I am the author of The Angel Next Door, Volume 6. The previous volume was a collection of short stories, but this volume is back to the main story. Summer vacation is still going on. It is the volume of Summer Vacation is still going on. Amane and Mahiru are making out at their parents' house and sorting out their past connections one by one, while Shuto watches over them and thinks back to his own past. They have similar personalities, but their backgrounds are opposite, so I hope you will pay attention to that as well. However, Amane-kun has grown up a lot, and I think he has the capacity to laugh and make Mahiru-san happy with everything he has. Compared to the first volume, I think the author has really changed. Who would have guessed that he would become such a doting young man? Itsuki Chita's. Also, as in the previous volume, the author touches a little on Chita's background, and the two of them are also having some difficulties. I plan to tell their story in the next volume. I would like to thank Mr. Hunkoto for his wonderful illustrations again. I can only say wonderful every time. Volume 6 is a continuation of the summer vacation, so I had a yukata, Japanese bathrobe, made for the cover. She is a beautiful girl, the ultimate in neatness. I am so jealous of Amane-kun who has such a beautiful girl with him. There is an angel's feather hidden on the cover again, so please look for it. Also, I love the way she is lying with him on the front cover. It's not very revealing, but there's a hint of a text is broken here. It's healthy. It's healthy. There's no way that the gentleman Amane could do something like that. I'm looking forward to seeing how long you can hold out. I would like to thank the editor in charge, the GA Library editorial department, the sales department, the proofreaders, Mr. Hunkoto, the printers, and all those who worked hard to publish this work, as well as everyone who picked up this book. See you again in the next volume. Thank you for reading to the end. Short story. The ideal existence. It is generally said that parents are supposed to love and care for their children. For Mahiru, however, this generality was incomprehensible. In Mahiru's perception, she had no memory of being loved or cared for. She was simply given money and left alone after giving birth and been taken minimal care of. If you have been treated in such a way since you can remember, it is no wonder that you grew up without feeling any affection towards your parents. I have been harboring a distorted feeling of wanting love from my parents even though I have no love for them, and yet feeling something akin to aversion and insecurity toward them. But recently these feelings have been slowly sinking deep into my heart and subsiding. Amane. Good morning, Mahiru. I'm sorry to say that Amane isn't up yet after spending a few days at Amane's parents' house. I've gotten used to living here. When I woke up at the same time as the time I woke up over there and went down to the living room, I was greeted by the smile of his bright Shihoko, and I suddenly squinted at the glare. Good morning. No, I just woke up early. Amane-kun usually wakes up around this time, too, but I guess he's been waking up so early over there lately that he's probably feeling a bit out of it here. Well, I'm not going to complain because it's my parents' house for the goodnight foo-foo. If he doesn't get up after a while, I'll go to see him for a while. Oh, Mahiru does really like Amane. Shihoko-san would also observe Shuto-san if he was sleeping, wouldn't you? I'm sure you would. I'm not sure why, but when I look at him, he wakes up. I thought it might have been because of her voice, but I dared not point it out and gave the same smile to Shihoko, who laughed with delight. As they are smiling at each other, Shuto, who seems to have woken up, appears with a gentle smile on his face. Oh, Shuto-san. Good morning. Good morning, Shihoko-san. The two of them embraced each other with a passionate smile that was different from the smile they gave to Mahiru, and Mahiru couldn't help but look away from them. I know that the two of them are very close, but I still feel uncomfortable when they express their affection in front of me in an imposing manner. However, the reason why I still look at them is probably because they are the ideal couple and parents for Mahiru. Parents, huh? The first thing she rarely sees is her parents. Her mother spent most of her time with her lover, and his father spent most of his time at work and never came home. Both of them are probably disqualified as parents, but the father's attitude toward Mahiru is softer than the mother's, which is better. I didn't know what she was thinking. Unlike her mother, there was no hostility or rejection that she didn't know Mahiru, but she was being herself. If she cared for her, that was different. There was indifference. Instead of hurting me, they did nothing. At best, she made arrangements to keep me financially solvent, and then threw the rest away. I don't know how to look at that as a parent, and I don't want to know. Mahiru, you look pale. Are you all right? Maybe she was unsightly? Shihoko, who seems to have noticed that I was in a daze, calls out to me in a concerned tone, and I shake my head in panic. No, I'm always jealous and envious. I can't see her at home, because she doesn't see my existence in the first place. I don't know if I've reminded you of something you don't like about. I'm not saying that. I just admire couples like you two. I like them. I always think they are a wonderful family. This is definitely her true intention. I envied Amane for being born to such two good people. It was inevitable that I envied him for having parents who cherished each other and cared for their children in this way. I didn't mean to imply anything, so I tried to smile as gently as I could. I'm not going to take any chances with you, she said. Come on, come in. Perhaps what she is showing now is the same thing she is showing to Amane. It is gentle, warm, and soft, as if she is caring for a beloved child. Perhaps that's why she was naturally drawn to Shihoko's bosom. Oh, she's so cute, isn't she? The first time I saw her, I thought, oh, that's so cute. She's a shy girl. I wonder if Shuto-san strokes her. I thought it would be better to touch a girl of her age. Of course, I think of her as my daughter. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to pet her, but if Amane finds out, he's going to be jealous. Hey, Amane. Why are we having a Mahiru love fist in the morning? I'm not a fan of the way I do it, he said, but I'm not a fan of the way you do it either. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. Are you going to join us? I'll join you, but if Mahiru is being picky, I think it's fine if you stay until you're satisfied. I'll take my time and have it all to myself later. Shihoko smiled slightly at him and said, I'm going to go wash my face. I wonder if that's true. I think so. Until Ms. Shiina. I don't know Shuto very well, but I can tell from his words and actions that they are father and son. In other words, Amane's expression of affection may be like Shuto's. I think you can be jealous of a relationship like ours, Mahiru-chan, can't you? At the whisper, Mahiru disguised her embarrassment by burying her face in Shihoko's body to hide it.